Okay, welcome to the fourth round of the Rilton Cup 2024. And beside me, I have a new co-host for a little while at least.
Yeah.
Who are you?
I am Tuva Smalot and I play in the same club as Tom here.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
And you are also playing in which tournament here?
In the yellow.
ELO, yes.
Yeah.
And how many points do you have?
1.5.
1.5 out of 3?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, it's kind of good, I think.
Huh?
But
You play the higher rated players?
yeah,
You know-
around 2,000.
And your rating is?
Around 700.
1700.
1,700.
Very, very good. So let's look at one of the games and you can say what you think, okay? So we will start with board number 1 and we have two very strong players. We have Leon Livajic from Croatia against Jakub Seman from Poland.
Yeah.
And we start from the beginning, so let's see what happens here. So
E4?
E4, yeah, C5. Is this an opening you've played?
Yeah, I played it yesterday as
You played
white.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't play a knight f3, do you?
No, knight c3.
Yeah, you play the closed line.
Mm.
So you start with this one normally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so knight f3, d6. So do you know anything about this line?
Yeah.
Okay.
I play it sometimes
Yeah.
as black.
So bishop b5 check, which is not. You can also play here, of course, d4, very normal move, the open Sicilian. But if you don't like to play, that, you can play bishop b5. It's considered to be maybe a little not as sharp, but very playable. Okay, so knight d7, a4. So why do you think white plays a4?
Yeah.
What could be the reason for that?
Do you know?
I want to hear what you think. I want to hear your insights.
Yeah, because the bishop maybe wants a pawn that's protect the bishop.
Yes, that's one reason.
And to gain some space on the queen side.
Yes.
He could in the future start pushing the other pawns to gain more space, and he could also push the pawn to a5.
Yeah.
Like Ding did in the first round of the championship against Gukesh. He pushed the pawn.
Yes. Yeah. All the things you said, you could add that also you are preventing black from playing a6 and b5 later on. This could be an idea for black. So
and my ideas, they were better.
And your idea is also very good. White is gaining some space, of course, and preventing black from taking space. You protect the bishop, and so on. So many reasons. Okay, so knight f6 was played. Knight c3, g6, castles, a6, and now he exchanged the bishop.
Yeah.
Would you exchange the bishop here, or would you move back?
I mean, if I move the bishop back, then it doesn't do so much. If I don't think it's so good to put it on c4 because he can just push the pawns and he have to move it again. So I think it's the right idea to exchange it.
Yeah, it's a common theme you exchange on d7. So how would you take back with black here?
I would take back maybe with the queen and put the bishop on b7. But he took with the bishop.
Yeah.
That's
so
good
let's check that. That's an interesting idea. I mean, this could be a plan, and then maybe play b6 and just put the bishop here and get pressure on this square. So this was also okay. But he took with the bishop, and I think we should jump to the next game. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that? So here we have a player from Latvia, Toms Kantans, a grandmaster, very strong player. I have actually played him once in Riga. And Patrick Sisliak, I think, is a very young guy who was very lucky yesterday. He was pawned down against an Indian player, and he managed to win in the ending with a pawn less, which is quite unusual. So quite good. So here we only have one move.
E4.
I guess that black has not come to the game. That's my guess.
Or maybe he think what he wants to play.
But that's very unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Do you do that sometimes?
No, I usually come prepared to my game, so...
I know you're well prepared, yeah. So, okay, so we will jump to the next game. Not so many moves played here. So this is a Turkish guy, Hassan Hussein Çelik,
Yeah,
I think.
the English.
And against Kaido Kulauts, who comes from Estonia.
Yeah.
And so they have played only a few moves. So we have c4, c5, knight c3. So not so much to say. Have you played this position ever?
I had played as black.
You played it with black, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You usually copy white.
Yeah, you like to copy
Yeah,
and
if you play c5, then you usually want to copy white.
Yeah, for a while at least.
Yeah, for a while.
Yeah, for a while, yeah. Okay, so let's go to the next game. So here we have again Sicilian. We have two German players.
Yes.
So we have Niklas Schmieder,
Yes.
international master, playing against Leonardo Costa. I think these are two young guys. At least Costa is quite young, and he managed to beat Falkevall, you know, Axel.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, who beat Bassem. So many tough games.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So let's see the opening here and see what we can say about this.
E4.
So E4, C5,
Yes.
knight F3, D6. And here we had bishop B4 in one game, but bishop B5 I mean, but now we get the open.
The open, yeah.
Yeah. And we have the exchange, and knight F6, knight C3, and knight C6. So this is usually called the classical variation for black, when you go out with the d pawn and both of the knights.
Yes.
And now he played bishop g5. This is called the Richter-Rauser attack. And e6, queen d2, and a6. And this is a standard position.
Yes.
Have you ever played this?
Yes, as black one time.
You played it with black. Okay. Did you study it before? Did you know the lines?
Yes, I know some lines.
You know some lines. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think about it as an opening?
It's quite good, but I mean the bishops are not so good, so it takes a while for the bishops to come out.
True.
But they will be very good when they come out. And in some games you want to put the queen on c7.
That's also true, yeah. Very good, very good. You know a lot.
Yeah.
How long have you played chess?
Maybe 12 months, 11 months.
Well, that's quite impressive. You have already 1700 rating after 1 year of playing chess. And before that you didn't even know the rules of the
No, I didn't even know the rules.
And you've only played that's exceptional, I think.
Yeah, I the first time I saw chess, I thought it was a very interesting game, so I started to play it home. And
do you have some parent playing chess?
No, they are terrible at it.
Okay. Okay.
So I started.
Let's not talk more about that. Your mother might be looking.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so. But you started playing on your own. You just started playing.
Yeah, I started to study chess at home, and I found it very funny. So then I started to go in a club. Lidingö Schackklubb.
Yes.
Chess club was my first club, and then I wanted to go into a bigger club, so I went to Tom's club, Vasa.
Yeah, we're very happy to have you in the club, and you are one of the players in the top group.
Yes.
Top tier of juniors, and doing very well, I think. And you have a very good. You told me you have a goal for next year. Which rating are you aiming at?
2000.
2000. That's another 300 points.
Yes.
I mean, that's quite good. I mean.
Yeah. But
excellent.
I'm looking for here in Rilton to have more rating, gain more rating.
Yeah. Very, very good.
Yeah.
I think we're going to say thank you to you.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm going to bring in Jesper. I see he has come now. He was a little bit late today, but here he is. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tuva.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Jesper, back.
Yes, back in business.
Back in business. Very good. Very good. Very good. You know, as you heard, we have already done the sort of the groundwork here.
I'm not needed. I can feel that.
Oh well, we need you two here. We need you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Tua will come back.
Of course,
because she has many good ideas.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, fresh ideas. You know.
Agreed.
We have played for all this time, and she's played only 1 year, and already she's
fantastic.
taking our job.
No, it's fantastic. It's great.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
Yes.
Should we jump to the next game?
I just, if I could just start with, we should go give an overview.
Yeah, that's right.
Of the games, a little bit like that before we go deeper into it. I think my suggestion.
I think we should.
Yes.
Say something about. Can you give us an overview? What's happening in the tournament?
Yes, it starts to show who is, in the good shape and are ready to compete for the first place.
Yeah.
And in our tournament, that means that we have now 4 players only with 3 points out of 3.
Yes.
And that is quite interesting. We have 2 grandmasters,
right,
with a little bit more routine.
Yeah.
That is Leon I cannot say this.
Levaich. I think
Levaich.
it should be an accent on the C.
Okay.
Levaich. So
and Tom's Cantans. Huge routine, I would say. Both of them, even though Leon is, in his 20s, middle 20s. Still routine, and I think both of those grandmasters played very well in the first 3 rounds.
They have impressed with their play.
Yeah, and also yesterday when Leon was here, with you, I think he had.
Leon showed that he's, and I actually read about him that he started playing when he was 3 years old.
3 years old.
And started playing rated tournaments when he was 6.
Okay, so he's got the routine, you could say.
Yeah, he has played a lot.
And then we have 2 younger players. We have Jakub Zeman and not the least Patrick Cieslak, both from Poland. And I would say that not the least Cieslak, it was a little bit lucky yesterday, or lucky, I think he was fighting very, very well in a worse position. Pawn down in a rook and bishop against knight and rook. But he took his chance, and when he got his extra pawn, he played well and won the game against a young Indian player yesterday.
Yeah, that was very impressive, actually.
So that was very good. So we have those, routine against youth, you could say, on the 2 top boards, and that will, of course, be interesting to see.
They are all young, but
there
are degrees of youth. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we have I think we have 12 players, if I'm correctly informed.
That's correct. Yes.
With 2.5 points, and of course they are very much into the race for the top placement of this tournament. And here we have several interesting games. And from Swedish point of view, we have, for example, Kukushari against Sørensen. They are more or less the same age. So when I spoke to them a little bit before the game started, and they said, well, this is like the junior championship of Sweden, they said, because they have had these fights so many times. So, of course, that is something to look forward to. We also have other Swedish players like Erik Hedman, Tiger Hillar Persson, and Edvin Trost. So we are, of course, happy from a Swedish point of view to see them in the top of the tournament.
Right.
And then I know that you also on one board below those. There is a special game for you.
There are two of my club mates are playing on board 9. We have Bassem Amin, the Egyptian player who plays for Vasa, and we also have the very strong junior player Joar Östlund, who plays black against Bassem. So this game I think we should have a look at.
Of course.
Yeah.
So if we have like the Swedish championship, now we have the club championship, you could say. In this game.
We could say that, yeah.
You could say that.
Yeah.
So, I think that's about that, and start with the games.
Yeah, I think we should rejoin the games here.
Yes.
So maybe we should, me and Tuva, we had a go through of the first 4 games, so let's go to board 5.
Yes, this is a game between Sins and Hilal Persson.
Yeah.
And what was interesting is not the least the opening.
Right.
Because
we should maybe look at the opening.
We said that already in the first rounds when Tiger played, that he's quite a strong opening master, you could say. So it's quite often when he's playing with these a little bit less experienced players, that they try to do something, to get out of the main lines or what he has prepared and so on. And this is a typical example.
Yeah. So let's see it.
Yes.
So E4 was played by Sins. Bernard, I guess it must be quite a young player, isn't it? We could maybe check that. But C5, Knight C3, Knight C6, Bishop B5.
So now we have like the closed Sicilian. Open Sicilian is when you play Knight F3 and D4. Now this is a little bit more tricky opening in that sense, not so many sharp lines in the same way as the open Sicilian. So that's what I mean a little bit. They try to avoid this duel with the Tiger.
Yeah. Actually, I had this position not so long ago with black. And I knew that Knight D4 was the best move, but I played G6. Then my opponent took here. And then he played F4.
Okay.
And actually, this is not so easy for
black.
For black, no. White has quite an easy game. But I mean, it's perfectly okay for black, of course. But
because the difference in this position is that normally you have this position, but with a knight on F3, so you cannot play F4.
No, that's the idea. That's why they play it with the knight C3. I think it's to get this position. This is sort of the dream. But Tiger played Knight D4. I think that's the best move. Knight F3 and then A6.
And here, of course, you can take on B5. With the knight, of course.
Yeah.
But in this type of position, what will happen is that black will get the pair of bishops, but white will be very fast in his development normally. So it's a little bit tricky to play black because it's quite often that white has got quite a nice initiative. So you have to watch out.
There is a trick. You can play this move.
Yeah.
E6, and after if white takes here, this is actually not good for white because there is a little trick here with the queen.
And we have threat
both on the bishop. Then you can try to take this. But this is not good because
bishop C5.
I think you play queen. Do you play queen C5 here? Something like that.
No, but that's C3.
Yeah,
but I think.
Yeah, but then you play E5. I think it's like this.
But why not bishop C5? I don't understand. But maybe this is winning as well. But
yeah, I think this is the line, and you win a piece actually.
Yeah, but I thought the same was after bishop C5. But okay, doesn't matter. I just want to understand. Maybe you can now you can move the bishop, the knight, of course. I thought I could. Yeah, okay. You can take on G2 and okay. It's not so clear.
It's not so important.
Okay.
Anyway,
Queen
I
C5.
think A6 is a very it's an interesting idea here because after bishop D3 he moves back.
Yes,
and this is the trick.
And this looks very strange. This opening moves, to put the bishop on D3. Why do you put it on D3, Tom?
Yeah, well, of course, if you move it here, for instance, it can be attacked with B5.
Exactly.
So I think that's the main reason. And if you go to E2, of course, then like if he wants to, he could exchange.
He can just take it.
Yeah, he can take it if he wants to. It's possible. But even here, maybe you could go back. But then perhaps maybe white can play D4. So these are nuances, All these moves are playable. You can play all these bishop moves are possible.
But there is with the bishop on D3, of course, white can have different ideas to play E5 to take on D4 and knight D2 and C3.
Yeah, I think also maybe you threaten to take here, and when the pawn goes, you can still go back.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And then C3 will come, and suddenly your bishop will be quite good on D3. So
maybe you play C3 and the bishop goes back to C2 and something like that. Yeah. So, but knight C6. Castles, E6, and now The German player plays b3.
b3.
Yeah.
Because quite often you play with rook to e1 and sometimes even go back to f1 and then you play d4. But this is a bit special, to put the pawn on b3.
This would be a possibility.
And then or to play e5 could also be possible on bishop e4. But okay.
I guess black could play some solid move like d6.
Of course.
And then just move the knight here and bishop here and castle and then the question is, what has white done? I mean, white has
yes.
At some point you have to make some pawn break.
Yeah, but maybe white will ask this question also after b3. What have I done? It's possible that as well.
Yeah. Well, but we can look at the times and we see that at this point they have not used any time.
Okay.
So this is most likely preparation. And I think this is theory. b3 is, of course, is normal. So g6 and we get all the action on the diagonal now. Knight h4 and then exchange. d6. So what do you think about this?
Absolutely okay for black.
But black has this is not so nice.
But I mean e5.
And then you have the bishop here.
Yeah. I think, black will play e5. I think knight on e7, f6, castle, shorts. I think it's okay for black.
Yeah.
But okay,
I think so too.
But I'm not saying that white is worse, but
no.
I don't think white has got any real advantage here, at least.
No, so let's think from the white perspective here, because now he has started to think. And what would you do if you were white?
I'm sure. I think I would have played rook e1.
Would have played now? You mean?
Yes.
You would play. Yeah. You would play that. Yeah.
The other idea is to play c3, bishop c2, and d4.
Right.
That's also a possibility. But it's a little bit strange to have the bishop on c2, where if black, for example, plays e5, then it will be stuck a little bit behind that.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit, because if e5 comes, maybe you want to play the bishop to c4. So I think that rook e1, that's like, easy moves, that the rook should be on e1, maybe that's.
But if you know for a fact that black is going to play e5, do you still want to play rook e1?
Yeah, I think so.
You like this?
Yeah, I think so.
So let's just for fun make a few moves. So this, but now of course maybe bishop, or do you? Is this an idea
also,
to go for something like this?
Also,
yeah.
Or
maybe play the bishop to c4. Also possible.
Could be. I cannot say, and then play c3 maybe.
Yeah, and d4
and d4.
But this fianchetto, the knight here.
That is a bit special.
It's a little special. Very, very unusual opening, I think.
Yes.
I think this is very much a result of computer analysis.
Most likely. But it's also that I think the fact is that Sins did not want to go into the sharp main lines and the preparation from Tiger. That's why we also can see this.
Yeah, probably there is some trickery going on. Okay, so let's go to the next. Let's go to the Swedish Junior Championship between Khan, Kusuksari, Kukushari, and Hampus Sørensen. And they are playing for two strong Swedish clubs, both of them. And
they have played many times against each other.
Yeah,
of course.
I can imagine.
Because the same age, more or less the same. Well, Kukushari might have slightly higher rating, but they have been competing to be the best player in their generation for a long time. So they know each other very well, and they have been in my training groups for Team Sweden, both of them, and so on. So I know them very well, of course.
So we have d4, d5.
Yeah.
c4, e6.
Yeah.
So this is classic Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, Khan when he's playing white, he's normally playing quite slowly in the opening with white, and playing this type of Queen's Gambit variations in different ways. So the question was more what Hampus was going for, and now he plays the bishop to b4 instead of, for example, bishop e7 or something
This is
else,
called the Ragozin.
the Ragozin, yes, that's right.
And it's been popularized a little bit by Magnus,
Mm.
who has played it with black. There was a time when this was not played very much.
No,
But
lately,
it's been much more popular.
and the idea of course that you have a threat on c3, so and so on. But the problem might be that the question is, do you really want to swap off your black squared bishop against the knight?
But it's a little bit like the Nimzo Indian.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this could be the Nimzo Indian.
Could be. It
With-
can
with-
come out of that opening.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So okay, let's just. So white plays sort of a principled move. You play Queen A4, forcing black to put the knight on C6.
Yep.
And I always used to think that this line would be better for white, but maybe it's not.
You ask Magnus, and he will give you an answer.
Well, yeah, I have to do that.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
So E3 was played.
Because
Castles.
on knight e5, of course, black can always, in the end, take on c3 with check.
Yeah, we can check that. So here, I think you play bishop d7.
Bishop d7, that's right.
And then you take this and you hope for a miracle, but usually there is no miracle. Black takes in between.
Yes.
Zwischenzug, it's called in German. And then black gets a very decent play.
Also because white has not developed any of the pieces, and the king is stuck in the center, so black will have a good game.
Yeah, this bishop is not out, and suddenly all the black pieces are in good squares, and so this line is nothing. So E3 was played in the game.
So the gain you get is that the knight is a bit strange on c6, because quite often you want to play with c6 and the knight bd7 and so on.
Yeah.
But now he has put it on c6, so that's...
But white has played the queen to a4.
Exactly. So then the question is, what is most important?
It's pros and cons, as we say.
As we say.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay, so castles, queen back. It has done its duty on a4, and now we go back.
Exactly.
And black plays rook e8. And you can say that is one of the advantages for black with the knight, that the knight supports e5. And you don't have to move the c-pawn. You play with e-pawn instead. Bishop d2, and then bishop f8. What do you say about such a move? Is that really good?
Yeah. I think it's absolutely... Another thing is that now the bishop has moved to d2. And that's normally you want to put it on with... You want to play with b3, bishop b2, to have it on that diagonal. So it looks strange on d2.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
A little bit. So here you have won something that... black had to sacrifice a move to get back with the bishop, but the bishop on d2 is not perfectly placed on d2, so that's again pros and cons. And the question is what to do now.
He played bishop e2. I mean,
and normally you want to put the bishop on d3, but then knight b4 will come, so it's not so attractive. Huh?
Yeah, this move runs into that.
And
then if you play like a3, it's getting a bit slow, right?
Or maybe you can even play e5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Just be sharp here.
Maybe play this, and suddenly this bishop is coming out to some good square, and
no problem for black, I think.
Black might have chances even to get a better position. So bishop e2 was played, and then now.
And again, if you look at the times, you can say that Khan has. He has prepared this because he has, 2+ minutes already. So for sure, this has been on his computer this morning in his preparations. This morning, or maybe before. It could be his repertoire, so to speak. Could be. My impression is that Khan is not trying to play. A lot of opening. He's more an expert in a few openings. Is that correct? I think so. At least you can say that he's normally well prepared. This is for sure. Yeah. So yes. Okay. So bishop e2, h6, and let's see. h6. Yeah, h6. Is that normal? That's a. I don't. My question is basically, why do you do it? I mean, what's the reason for this move? Yes, that's why. For me, it looks a little bit strange, or at least
Is he afraid of some knight g5? But it doesn't look like something you should be afraid of, right?
I was thinking about, what about if you play e5 now? If you go for this, what is the position like then?
Well, now I guess you would take something, right?
Yep.
You don't want black to play e4 here. I don't think you
Could it be take on d5?
Yeah, probably something like that.
Knight takes, take,
and maybe bishop c4.
And then bishop c4. And maybe now you will have...
But if you go back...
Yeah, but if you don't go back, knight g5 can be very very annoying, you move, you know.
Yeah.
So I guess this could be the reason, you know, a little bit.
Yeah, so let's say you play something like this, then suddenly the game is more or less over because
threatening mate on h7.
we have this very strong threat, but there is also a very strong threat here. So double threat. So h6 might be a little bit prophylactic.
But again, after queen d8, I think it looked okay for black, but I don't know.
So now he played castles.
Yeah, of course.
And we can say that,
because now Hampus has started to think. So it felt like h6 was his first own move.
But also Khan. Already we are.
Yeah, because h6 probably is not in. It doesn't. Maybe it's not a theory move. You know, h6. But for me, it looks a little bit strange.
Yeah.
But okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
But maybe he wants. There's also the possibility that Hampus felt that he was in Khan's preparation.
Yeah.
And he wanted to make a move that didn't really mean so much, but was an acceptable move just to get out of the preparation.
Yeah,
and now he's out of the preparation, and he can sort of start playing chess again.
Yes.
Okay, so where do we go? Do you want to?
I think we should.
Should we go here?
Yeah, we can do that.
So we go to this interesting, for me, a very interesting game between two of my club mates. Teammates in the club, and we have Bassam playing white here. And
first of all, I think Bassam was a bit late, wasn't he, to the game?
He might have been, yes.
I think he was 10 minutes late or something like that.
Maybe, it's possible.
I just need to explain because of the time.
Yes,
you can see 10 minutes already.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here we have the knight f3.
Because normally he doesn't have to think 10 minutes to play knight f3, I guess.
No.
Exactly.
No, he has two lines he plays. He can play e4, or he can go for the King's Indian attack. I think it's called knight f3, and I think he's maybe the leading expert in the world of the King's Indian attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what does that mean, King's Indian attack?
Well, basically he plays the King's Indian defense, but with white.
Yes.
So
we saw him playing the King's Indian in the second round against Axel.
Right.
So he likes this kind of structures and positions.
He plays it with white and with black. So this is that's his. So basically the idea is to play g3 and you put the bishop on g2 and you castle. You can make those moves, without thinking more than.
Of course.
But we can see what happened here. So knight f6. You play g3, okay, and now you are played b5.
Okay.
So this is already a sign that he has made some preparations.
Yes.
Because I don't think he was surprised by knight f3.
And this b5, because I have met this as well many times, is normally quite okay against g3. Yeah. But you do not want it, but if white has not played g3, you normally do not want to play it because then white will play e3, put pressure on the b5. So it's supposed to be stronger when you play g3.
Right.
Okay.
Okie doke. So b5.
It's okay.
I think it's a move that you can play if white has not played c4 in the opening, and it's a way to try to punish a little bit white for not playing c4 and gain a little bit extra space on the queen side.
But Bassam knows his King's Indian.
Yes, I don't think he was surprised or shocked or anything like that. He just plays his moves. He plays the King's Indian moves.
Yes.
And now he plays e4.
Mm-hmm.
And he likes to play this type of game with this setup that we have now, which is typical for the King's Indian defense. And now he teases black a little bit with a4, asking where do you want to go with this pawn? You're going to take. If black takes, of course, this I think is a bad move because suddenly your queenside is ruptured. And of course, you could take back immediately and maybe play knight c3. Whatever you do, white clearly has a slightly better game. So after b4, he now plays an unusual move. He actually played this move.
This is very strange to me.
So what would you play?
I would not play that move. I think knight bd2 is the normal move for me.
Yeah.
The other possibility is sometimes you can play a5. Because black wants to play a5 himself.
So this move or this move?
Yeah, I was at least that is two possibilities comes to mind. Because sometimes you want to avoid black to be able to put the pawn on a5.
Yeah. But
okay, knight bd2 is the classical idea in this type of position is to play knight bd2, then either go for, like Bassam I guess is intending to go for f4, or sometimes you even play like this rook e1 and go for c3 and d4.
The classic move would be knight bd2 and then maybe queen to e2 and maybe rook to e1 and then the knight would go and you play a4 and the
but
knight
normally
goes to
that
h2.
is after you have played e5 with white.
Yeah. Well, you can also do it without actually. And I've studied some of Bassam's games. And he knows all the tricks.
He knows all the tricks, of course.
He knows everything. And I think knight d2 is a very tricky move because white has a brilliant trick here. He threatens to win the game in one move. So this is the idea. So black has to react somehow to this threat. And then the knight, of course, is going to move. And as you said, you also open up for the f4. Maybe even later you can even go maybe with the g-pawn, but I don't think that he usually does not play like that. I think it's more likely that he will jump around. He's very good at jumping with the knight. So this knight might go, it could even go, maybe go to b3. It's possible to go to b3.
Yes.
It could go to c4. He's not going to leave his queen side like this. So it will be very interesting to see how he develops. But knight fd2 is definitely a surprise, and I think for you are also maybe not a move he has seen because he's thinking now and how do you react?
It's also of course because I guess that you has had Bassam as trainer a little bit,
he answers with the same. He counters with a knight retreat. Very nice.
It looks a little bit strange, for both players to put it to go back like this. But there is this idea of defending, and also, black wants to play c5 and knight c6 maybe.
But it's a little bit like a dance.
Yes, exactly.
Your partner makes a move, and you have to sort of go the same way.
Yeah, he felt forced to play knight d7.
So and then we go. So the question is, what is going to happen now? That's the question, because both have a problem now. They have sort of.
But one logical thing for you is also that this opens up for bishop e7 to f6, and you have quite a nice diagonal for the bishop.
It's true.
From f6 knight down to b2. So in that sense, I could think about that. But again, I'm thinking about a5 in this position with white. Because it's a little bit annoying, this move.
I agree with you, and I think this is not unlikely that he will play this move.
No, if he knows the tricks, he might do it. Because this sometimes is important, because now, also if black moves out the bishop, the knight on b8, a6 can be a little bit annoying, or even and then put pressure on b4, and white can also play c3. And so on. So a little bit unpleasant, actually.
Yeah. And I know that because I've also analyzed a little bit with Bassam, and he has shown me his ideas, and the idea to jump with these knights and to try to provoke black to, open up for the knights and create weaknesses. For instance, if black puts this pawn here and he puts this pawn here, just as an example, suddenly you have many white squares you can try to access with the knights.
Yeah.
I mean, the knight could go here, maybe go here, even jump in here. If black is careless with his moves, so it's very important not to make too weakening moves.
Okay, I think it's time to go back to the first board. I want to see what's happening. I haven't seen so much because we have come a bit.
Things have happened. Things have progressed.
Where did you go from? It was in this position,
We had this position.
And now I think a logical move is e5, if I remember correctly. That was played? Yeah, that was played also.
Yeah. This is a sort of part of this opening to do.
Yes, because it's also a little bit the drawback with taking back with the bishop on d7, because you almost have to take. And after knight take, the knight is ready to take the d7 bishop. Yeah. And white might have slightly better pawn structure also, because if you can play a5 again, you can lock down the pawns of black.
And this knight can sometimes go back here, and you have or if the queen can come here, and the rook can come here, and
then not the least also, if you play a5, then you play d3, bishop e3, and if the bishop on f8 go to g7, the c5 pawn can be a bit bad. So
So let's see. Bishop g7 was played. Rook e1.
Yeah.
And he played rook c8 in this position.
a5 came.
And we can see that Liviac, he has not used any time.
No.
At this point. And he just makes his moves very fast. Castles, queen f3. Bishop c6. Knight, rook takes, d3,
of course,
and e6.
Yeah, I would say white has got a slightly better position due to the fact that we have a6, b7, and c5, and that the a5 pawn is in a way disconnecting them to each other, so that can be a little bit weak.
Yeah,
I think that's it.
Yeah, this looks, and again we see an interesting feature of Leon Liviac, his play. He's not playing very sharp openings. He's playing very positional.
But the interesting was how good he was when there was a tactical situation.
Oh yes, yeah.
But that's quite often the case, Also these, like Ulf Andersson, if you analyze with him, for example, probably the most strategic player in the world.
At that time, yes.
He's so good in calculating,
Of course,
but he's afraid of sometimes he gets afraid, but he can if he's forced to. So the question is now: is it white to play in this position? Is this the position?
This is the position.
So the question is now, because obviously now they are a little bit out of theory. So the question, should white play like bishop g5, maybe even forcing black to play h6 and then go back? Or should you go for, because I guess bishop e3, then knight d5, I think will come.
Yeah.
So my idea was maybe to play bishop g5, h6, and then bishop d2.
I think there is a path for this knight. It could go here, maybe even go here, and sort of pressure down here. It's a possibility. But of course, white has many options here, and black has. There is something with this position with the pawns here. It's not harmonic.
I have one idea that we saw yesterday, and that was rook a4. You know this favorite move.
Erik
Hedman's rook a4. But in this case, it might be a little bit better, because I was thinking that maybe black, if you play bishop d2, for example, c4 might be strong.
Yes.
So in this case, maybe rook a4 can be something to go for, actually. Because the question is what black should play now.
But again, where is the rook going?
The rook, maybe, if you're ready for...
Do you want to go for the
maybe
king-side attack?
Yeah, if you play bishop g5, h6, bishop goes back, the rook might come. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just thought that this could be at least in this I can see the idea of it if I compare with yesterday. You know.
This is what they call a rover in the United States.
Rover.
A rover, a rook up and over.
Ah,
a rover. This is
I
a
didn't
rover.
know that, but that's cool.
That's a good name.
That's a good name.
Easy to.
But okay, I'm not sure if this is the best move. But I think that. But at least now I believe that if Black can, for example, play moves like, you know, moving the queen and then to e7 or to somewhere and then play c4, Black will be okay. But so White needs to find a way now to put pressure on Black. I'm not sure rook a4 is the best move, but it could be a possibility.
It's an interesting. There is also the possibility of at some point getting the rook to the e5, for instance.
Yes.
This could happen also.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's say Black makes such a move like that.
Mm-hmm.
What happens? What do we do? Do you want to take on d5 or?
Maybe
you should take. Because if we take with the queen, then you can enter. I don't know.
I was more into knight to e4 actually. That was my idea. But
you don't like to take.
No, I want to keep pieces here. That's why I also wanted the bishop to stay on c1. You know. But I'm not sure.
No, I was looking at this. You know.
Mm.
I don't know if it's any good. Maybe you can even do c3. I don't know. Because there is c4 later on. You can protect. Yeah. Because there could be a plan like the knight could come back here maybe if you move the rook. Let's say if you move the queen back, maybe you could move the rook back.
No, but then knight takes c5 maybe.
Do you want to do that immediately?
No.
Okay, yeah, maybe not immediately. Maybe you have to do something,
I don't know.
preparatory, something. I don't know where the queen is going here. Maybe queen e7, but maybe then bishop c5.
Then c3.
Yeah, this is possible, but then you have a weakness here.
Yeah, but this is, I think, bishop g5. Yeah. Maybe instead of c3, you can also play bishop g5 immediately. Maybe.
Yeah, this is interesting. Maybe bishop g5.
Because I'm not sure you want to play. You know, you need to play f6 now, and that's then.
Nah, maybe not.
But okay, knight f6.
Oh yeah, you have this move, but I don't know. Now maybe you can get the rook
exactly c3.
Maybe now you can play c3. But okay,
try to do something, you know. Okay, interesting game. I prefer white a little bit in this position, but
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But my general feeling about this position is that I think I would prefer white. But if Black has, you know, you don't need so many. I mean, if you could put, for instance, the knight on c6, that would change the whole thing, because then this would be a little bit. But I don't like this queen side so much. So I think there is potential for white to get.
But it's like I think that this actually is a crucial moment, because white needs to find the plan to put pressure on Black. And, you know, the question is it bishop g5 to create an h6 weakness? Is it to play with the rook on a4 to take control of c4 and bring in the rook? Yeah. You know, there are some difficult choices to be made for white in this position.
Rook a4 is definitely a very interesting move. But I don't see it. It's not clear what's going to happen. I mean, it's not a very clear plan.
I mean, even knight e4 might be possible. No. Because if you swap, knight take, pawn, and then pawn take. My idea is that, you know, if you have these weaknesses, maybe you can try to put pressure on those.
But now maybe you can play c4 at some point.
Yeah, still. I don't know.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Okay, let's go to the next game. I think this is a tricky position, and obviously the theory is over. Because Leon is thinking a lot here. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what he comes up with. He seems to be very, very good at these nuances.
I agree.
He plays a very nuanced game. There are no big attacking moves. There are tricky little moves all the way. So let's look at board number 2.
Yes, we have this guy,
and here we have something a little bit more. Actually, we haven't seen any moves here, because I think Black. I don't know what happened. Maybe
Let's see.
yeah. Okay. Anyway, here we have the Rilopus,
Mm-hmm.
famous opening.
Did he actually think for half an hour? So
Yeah,
was
but
he
he-
late with
Yeah,
half an hour?
that's why we didn't see any moves, because we saw only
Mhm.
one move, e4,
Mhm.
and nothing happened.
I can say that this is not the best way to spend your half hour, not making any moves in your game against this.
No. There must be have been some mistake.
Something has happened. Mhm.
And here we have b5. This is of course a very
Unusual.
well-known position.
Yeah.
And I think yesterday we saw one game with knight takes e4.
Mm-hmm.
The open Spanish, and we have the sort of main line closed Spanish with the bishop e7. Very well-known line.
Mm-hmm.
But then nowadays b5 is quite popular. There is also the possibility of playing bishop to c5.
Yes.
So many options for black.
Or bishop
b5.
e7. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop e7 also.
Okay, let's see.
So
Yeah.
bishop b3. Let's see. Oh, sorry. This is actually what was played. So bishop b3.
Mm-hmm.
And here again you have big options.
Mhm.
You can play bishop c5.
Mm-hmm.
I think bishop e7 is not considered to be 100% correct, because then d4 is
Mm-hmm.
white gets a better version of the main line. But bishop b7,
Mm-hmm.
and now we can get to the
Some very sharp.
archangel. I think it's called
Mhm.
Archangelsk.
Mm-hmm.
If you play rook e1, you can play this, and you get into the archangel.
With c3 and all this
Yeah.
stuff. But what about why? Can you just tell me why not knight g5 here?
I don't think it's so good.
No,
Because-
I know, but
Because I think black just played d5,
and if you take
and if you take, you jump.
exactly, this was
And
my
the-
point.
This
Because
is the problem.
otherwise you have this classical trick: knight take d5, and then take.
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I don't know if it works.
Me neither. But it's a classical, more like a classical way.
Yeah,
But here, knight
But-
d4 will come.
yeah. The problem I think is even here it's not so clear, because this is protected with a bishop.
Mhm,
So
exactly.
So it's
That's what I mean.
so-
It's
so
maybe it is clear.
yeah. So this knight g5 move is
It's nothing.
It's nothing. I think they play d5 and knight d4, but
Yeah, of course.
anyway.
Yes. So d3.
This move has become very popular,
Mm-hmm.
and especially when black plays the bishop to b7,
Mm-hmm.
because you erect this wall.
Exactly. What you normally say is that the bishop is now hitting stone.
Yeah, it's into granite or
Yeah.
a rock.
So what you try to do is actually by playing this move that looks a little bit slow, what you do is simply to outrule the bishop from b7, because now it has not this long good diagonal towards g2. It's closed.
Yeah, and if you look into the future, so to speak, you can imagine white getting a lot of pieces attacking on the king side,
Mm-hmm.
and then this bishop here
Mm-hmm.
is just completely out of play.
Yeah.
So this is, once you play it like this, white has a plan, and white could, for instance, he could play something like he could move the knight to c3. This is
Mhm.
possible, and then maybe the knight could go all the way like this,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have this bishop coming here, and you know, suddenly you have all your 4 minor pieces attacking on the king side. Maybe you get the queen in, maybe you even move the knight and play f4.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a fantastic game for white.
Mm-hmm. This is actually one important rule for a chess player, is to understand what side of the board to play on. And if you get the bishop to b7, like Tom is showing now, it's quite interesting for white to try to go for the king side, because then you will be a piece up at least,
Yeah.
because the bishop is stuck on b7.
So
But,
then if we look at it from the other side, what can black do? Well, he of course needs to be, or she has to do something to activate the bishop.
Mhm.
And the obvious choice is at some point to play d5. So black also has his plans, of course.
Yeah, I think that one idea, of course, that you should look out for is, of course, that black wants to play knight to a5 and swap off the good bishop on b3 and then go for d5, you know.
Yeah. So in the game here now, he played bishop e7.
Because you cannot do it immediately because the pawn on e5 is hanging.
No. I think this move is a little bit premature because you just take the pawn.
Exactly.
And of course you could take here, but and you can play this d5. But I still think this is maybe black has some small compensation for the pawn, but I would prefer to be white here.
You probably take and play knight to f3 or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something like this. Maybe here.
Then knight c3, rook.
I mean, in a blitz game, you play this move and you
hope for the best.
You bring the bishop here and the queen goes here and you win easily. But okay, bishop e7, and now white plays an interesting move. There are options, of course, but he played knight c3, and this is also one of the ideas you can play once you if you play the classic move pawn here, then the knight has to go to d2 later on. But here, there is nothing preventing you from playing knight c3.
Yeah.
Castles. And now he plays a4. This is typical to provoke black a little bit.
But also to get a square for the bishop on a2.
Yeah. You will need a square. I mean, you could play this move. Of course.
Exactly. I have actually played this position with a3.
Yeah, you can play that. But you can also play a4, b4, and jump here.
Yeah, exactly. And now, if you take on d5, bishop take on d5, I think, or even pawn take maybe.
But I think you should take with the bishop because here
you should take with the bishop knight a5
because this comes, and okay, you can again take here, but suddenly it's not so sweet anymore because you get this thing, and suddenly this bad bishop we talked about is the best piece on the board. Yeah.
So let's go back.
So we have knight d5 here.
Yeah, so instead, and now also in this position, so knight take d5, bishop take d5 and d6. I think that white has got quite a good move in a5 again. When I have played this is how I have played it, like this, and d6 and a5, because now the pawn on b4 can be a little bit weak, you know. You can play bishop d2 and put pressure on it, you know. And it's not actually so easy to defend. So this is one idea from my side.
I think you play maybe here.
Bishop d2.
Yeah. You have to watch out. Sometimes you can take here and play c6, you know, and have a discovered attack with the queen, and you take.
Could be.
Yeah. I don't know if it's playable here, but just as an idea, this is the type of idea you can sometimes use to. But I'm not sure it works in this position. But black has his tricks to try to. So this will be very interesting. This is for me. This is interesting because I play this line.
But look at the time. Yeah, you know, already now.
But he had the time gambit.
I know that. But still, Tom's Cantans has only used 4 minutes, and he has used 16, and he was half an hour late. So it will be a difficult game for Cieslak, I guess. Let's move on.
So we jump.
Yes,
and we have the, I believe, quite young Turkish guy here.
Yes, and he's playing against Kaido.
Kaido, yeah.
And I think you like this opening, Tom. Is that true?
Oh,
for
yes.
Black.
Well, yeah, this is an interesting variation. I haven't actually seen exactly this position before, and there are some unusual features here actually.
But can you tell me why you like this opening?
Well, I started playing this opening for Black.
Yes.
Let's look at the opening. It's
because this is in Sweden. This opening is called the Wedberg system, and you should know that I have played this since I think I had you were giving me a training session or something.
I did, yeah, maybe.
And after that, I have played this for I think 35 years or 40 years or something.
Has
like
it
that.
been good years for you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It has been.
Well,
so a lot of Swedes are playing this, and Tom is the one who is behind it. It's sometimes called the Botvinnik system.
Well, it is. You could say it's the Botvinnik. The thing is that Botvinnik actually didn't play it with black so much. He had only played a few games. He played it with white.
I think it should be called Wedberg system.
Well,
that's what I think.
Anyway, when I started playing it, I was the only one.
Yeah.
And I had analyzed lots of lines and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But then suddenly it became popular in the highest levels,
Mm-hmm.
Magnus Carlsen,
Mm-hmm.
Aronian,
Mm-hmm.
Caruana,
Mm-hmm.
Grishuk, all these guys,
Mm-hmm.
Marcela Graf, everyone was playing it.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's sort of not in my hands anymore.
It moved away.
It moved away from me. But it's fun to see, but it's a little bit sad because it was very nice when only I played it.
I think you should be proud, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they play it because.
But in a way, it's a very strategic, special idea that you introduced with this setup.
Yeah, and I especially remember this position. I analyzed a lot because it had, of course, been played quite a lot of games with this setup. I was when I started playing it, I had seen games. Karpov had played it in a couple of games, but he didn't really.
They didn't play it the same way as you did.
I got the impression that no one had really paid much attention to the details. People were playing it, but they didn't really, play the most sharp lines and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very interesting to study this line and this setup.
Mm-hmm.
And I especially remember in this position, E5 here was not played so much. People used to play maybe G6 first, but then of course White can play D4.
I know,
and I didn't like to allow that.
Exactly.
So that was the reason I wanted to play E5 as fast as possible.
Yes.
And especially this line, if White plays E3 here, Black must play Knight F6, and this has been played a lot now. But I think my early games with this were some of the first games when this was played. Anyway, White went for the standard move here, G3 and G6.
Yeah, you could say that the idea for White is, of course, is to control D5. Because what has happened here is that Black has given White a hole on D5.
Right.
But on the other hand, Black will have total control of the center.
Yeah.
And the question is this hole on D5 enough for White to get some kind of good position? And with some expertise from Tom has shown that it's not so easy for White to explore this, because Black can quite often play like D6, Knight D7 and Bishop E6 and push to D5.
Yeah,
and if White puts a knight on D5, then you simply take it and the hole is filled up with a pawn on D5.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I've heard that in Germany they call it the hole system.
The whole system.
Yeah, because there's a hole on D5.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Anyway, so Bishop G2.
Yeah.
Bishop G7, D3, D6.
Yeah.
Standard moves.
Mm-hmm.
And now we get an idea that the first time I encountered this move, Knight D2.
Actually, you should know that if you go back, I don't play Bishop G7 after Bishop G2. I don't play that. What I do is that I go for Knight D6 in this position.
Yeah.
Because I want to be able to play Knight to E7 and Bishop to E6. That's what I normally want to do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but you can play around with the move order. I usually. Well, it depends a little bit, of course, what White is doing.
Of course.
But I've had this position, and I remember when this was played the first time against me. It was actually a German player, Klaus Bischoff. I don't know if you know.
Yes,
know him. Grandmaster from Germany, and he played Knight F1, and I didn't know why he played that move. So I of course played Knight E7, and then he played this Knight F idea
because this is the basic idea of White here, is to get the Knight to E3 and have total control of the whole.
Yeah, you want to try to control this square. So that's the idea.
And the Knight on C3 is quite good. That's why you want the other Knight to come to D5.
Yeah. So in this game, it was played like this with knight to f1, castles, knight e3, rook b8, castles a6, and now white has invested a lot of time on this knight, and now suddenly black has sort of gained the upper hand on the queen side, and he's ready to play this move. So white played a4 here, and now correctly black played knight b4. This is the idea. When you get this hole on b4, you can play knight b4, and then you can try to push d5.
But actually, I try to avoid this, because I think that when white is able to put the knight on e3 like this, white is slightly. I prefer the other lines, if I put it this way.
Yeah, usually.
I mean, it's not a disaster, of course.
So let's go back and look at the alternatives here. So g3 here.
Yeah,
here.
and now I play d6.
You play d6.
Yeah.
And then after, let's say he plays d3 here.
Now I play. Yeah, knight. Maybe I play knight e7 actually.
You play knight e7.
Yeah, then I know that he can
But
play
then
bishop g5.
Bishop g5 is a possibility.
I know that, and then I play sometimes bishop g7, even, you know.
Yeah.
And then if he wants to take, okay, and I take with the knight. So
But then also sometimes this can be quite nice for black, because this bishop here cannot interact with this, but white has 3 pieces that can all occupy d5.
Yeah.
So there is a risk you get a position where, let's say, white has a bishop or a knight on d5 against this bishop.
No, I just say that there are, and I mean, it's not a catastrophe in any way, you know. But
no. But there are many ways you can play like this, and I think what Kaido is doing here
is quite okay.
I think it's not so stupid. I remember against Klaus Bischoff, in this position I played knight f5.
Yeah, I played this actually also.
But this is not really, it's okay.
It's okay.
And then you exchange knights here. But it's very difficult. Now the thing is, white cannot really push through f4 now, b4 now. Yeah. So everything is prevented. And you, I think I played something with bishop and I played queen here, and maybe I exchanged this, and it became quite boring, and it ended in a draw.
Yeah.
So I think this line that Kaido is playing here is it gives more chances, and the idea, of course, is to play bishop here and try to push d5.
Yeah. The only thing is that when all these pieces are swapped off, you will have your bishop on g7 against the bishop on d2.
But sometimes that can be okay. Depends on how the pawns are placed on the...
Of course.
And one good thing for black in this position is that this push b4 is out of the question. Because if we just go back, just for illustration, after d3, d6, the normal move is this, and we play this, and let's say white plays a3. Now b4 is not a threat, because then you have the e4 thing. So let's say we castle, and he plays rook b1, and then you
a5
have to play this move, and then white
knight e1 or bishop d2.
Yeah, maybe bishop d2,
yeah.
And then I think rook b8 is the best move. So this is a typical, and now the idea for black is to...
I don't play with rook b8, you know that.
No, this is the best move.
I do h6 because I want to have the rook on a8.
Yeah, but this is...
Because if he plays b4 later on, I can take and play rook.
Yeah.
Can play a4.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
anyway.
I think I've analyzed both. I think this was the move I started with, but I think rook b8 is the most... I'm not 100% right. The idea is now that you threaten to play bishop e6, and let's say this is the move.
Of course.
You wait for that move, and then you go here. And now if white plays here, you go b5.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, we shouldn't dig too deep.
Yeah, we are getting so excited when it's your opening. So let's go. So this is the position.
But I think this the way it's played here is very interesting, and it will be very nice to see what happens.
Yep.
So anyway, we will go to the next game, and we have the German matchup.
Leonardo Costa
with Niklas against Leonardo.
And it was yesterday we had a clash between the Swedish hope, Axel Falkevall,
Yes.
and Costa.
Yeah.
A very, very interesting game. And Falkevall played very well in the opening.
Yeah.
Good preparation. But when we came to the Queen end game, that are the most difficult end games maybe,
Yeah.
because there's so much calculation. Costa impressed me, I must say. I think he played very, very well.
And actually, I have to admit that we forgot to show the final moves in that game. So maybe we should go back and look at that if you had time, because Costa won that Queen ending. We looked at it a lot, but in the end we missed the last few moves.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen that. So maybe we will look at that again. We will see. So let's see what happened in this game.
This is strange.
So we have
we have the Sicilian.
we have the classical
Yes.
line, and then now you have
Bishop
you can play Fischer's move, bishop to c4,
Yep.
or you can play the Richter-Rauser, I think it's called.
Exactly.
Rauser was a Russian player, I think, and Richter, is that Kurt Richter?
I don't know actually.
I think it is.
This I don't know.
The German.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop g5 happened, and then there was this, and queen d2, a6.
This
castles.
is like
Bishop D7.
very known theory. But of course, bishop d7 is one of those moves that, there are other possibilities as well.
I think this is one of the most popular ways to play it, right? And now white has, of course, many options here.
Yeah. The most sharp one is f4.
He played f4.
Yeah.
f3 is another line.
That's what I play actually.
Yeah. f4 is considered to be the most sharp. Let's see what happens. So here and knight to f3.
This is not the main line, I think. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Because what you normally do is you just try to develop with I don't know what is the maybe I don't know, king b1.
But very often you go to a position where black has to take with the g.
Yeah.
So at some point
you
take here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is forced here, but the idea is that after take here, maybe, I don't know. Now it probably does not work to take on d6
because it's hanging on c3 and e4.
Yeah, right. But in principle, just to show the idea, after bishop f6, g takes f6, you get some position like this.
Bishop e2.
And you put the bishop on c4 or e2, and then you play f5 and so on. But this is a bit different, and knight f3 is played. And I don't remember the exact.
But of course,
theory
the idea is of course to play e5. I mean, that's the threat.
Yeah. Well, there is also the idea of taking on. You could take on f6.
Yeah.
But then of course black can always take on c3. So now he played b5.
Yeah.
And now e5.
Yeah. Because now if you take on f6, probably pawn take, huh?
I don't know if can you do this?
No, I would take. I think so.
Something like this is that completely stupid?
But this looks good for white.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So probably you have to take
pawn.
But this is typical.
This is very typical.
Yeah. And then white will always at some point play f5, I think.
That's the normal move.
And black will stand with the king on e8. It's very strange opening, right? And the queen goes out to b6 and so on.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, let's see what happened in the game. So, knight f3, there was b5.
b5.
b5. b4.
Yes, I thought about that. That must be the move.
Because he has no good knight move, right?
Exactly. And
so let's say he plays something like this. Well, then you just take.
Yeah.
And suddenly things are not looking very nice.
Yeah, where to put the knight, and then knight e4 will come. They're very nasty, I think.
And if you start going, let's say you go here. Could that be a move? It doesn't look good, but I don't know what's happening here. Maybe you can play knight. Maybe you can take and play knight.
Or take and play queen.
f4 maybe.
No, then knight f2.
Oh yeah. But let's see. Okay. So should we take? We could also
f4,
play.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
Just very simple move. Yeah.
And then knight e4 to come because he cannot castle. You are threatening to play h3.
Yeah.
Very simple.
No.
So the knight is not good placed on on
this
G4.
this is more or less a catastrophe. So D takes E5. Then.
But this was not a game.
No, this was not a game. I'm just.
Yeah.
In the game it was E5 and he didn't take. But taking doesn't work.
No.
Well, I just. If you do something, I think you can still just play this if you want to.
Or
take.
Or play knight E4.
Also like E4. But I think you don't want to exchange anything here.
But knight E4, you're going for knight D6.
Yeah, I know. And then maybe take with a knight. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but
this is just a horrible position.
Yeah, this is winning more.
Just showing what could happen.
Yeah.
So B4 was played.
Because the idea now is that when white takes on F6, you take with a pawn.
Right.
And you have a double threat on C3 and...
Well, this happened in the game. No, he took on C3 first.
C3 first, okay. Yeah. And I guess queen takes.
Yeah.
And pawn takes.
Right.
Okay.
And now he has this pin. So the bishop is actually not threatened here. So he played king B1. Rook G8. Bishop H4. Rook B8.
It's a little bit unusual structure for Richterhauser, because what has happened is that it's a cleared center for white, where white has some pressure. And right now also there is the idea that the black queen cannot move, because then you can take on F6. On the other hand, black has got an open G file, and it's, you do not really want to play G3 or something like that, because then the bishop is a little bit strange on H4. So it's not completely clear in this position to me, how to put the pieces in the best way. And black rook B8, then you have the idea like D5, bishop B4, something like that. There are a little bit special.
Yeah, and we can also note interesting fact here is that Costa has more time in this position than he had when he started.
Oh my God. So everything is preparation.
Black has played according to plan, so to speak, while white is sweating and thinking and tries to get out of theory.
That's right.
And he has used up already half an hour, and they have played 15 moves, so that is not a catastrophe, but I think you feel very stressed with white if your opponent plays
so fast.
Yeah,
and you know that he is just inside his preparation totally.
Yeah, and so in this position, Bishop D3 was played. And here he actually thought for a few minutes before.
Okay, because you can actually
D5.
you can take on G2, huh?
Yeah, but then Rook G1, and that, I think that's very.
No, I just say that.
I think something like this.
Take. Now the one problem here is, of course, that if you play like King F8, then Bishop take H7.
Yeah, this is.
It's a disaster. Huh?
This is a disaster.
So this is not working. So that's why most likely you do not take on G2. But I just show that there are things to calculate.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Costa is planning to take there. I don't think. I think the reason he played Rook G8, he wants to put pressure, of course, and in the right moment he would take.
What about F5? Is that possible?
Yeah, but then you weaken. You weaken a lot of squares, right? I guess white would take. Queen take
or king take.
Yeah, okay.
Could be.
Yeah.
Sometimes this is because what you want to do is to put the queen on B6. You're threatening to take on G2, put the queen on B6, swap queens, and then your king will be better in the center. This is one. Queen B6 and Queen B4 or something like that. I played this type of ideas myself with black. But yeah.
Anyway. It looks dangerous because at some point you might even take on F5 or something, and there is some check, and the knight might go to G5.
The Sicilian is dangerous,
It's dangerous. There is also Queen E1 going to H4 and so on. So there are many options here for white.
No, I don't know if it's king is the right move to
and
play.
I think the attack on the queen side is not that dangerous because white can always just play B3, and then it takes a long time to break through. I mean, it's not easy. So it's not so dangerous.
You prefer white
here? Well, after F5, I
you do.
But I think in this position, I'm not sure.
No.
But anyway, let's see what happens. So he played d5.
Yeah.
I like that move because I think I think this is a very strong bishop, and you have the protection here, and you can maybe use it on the queen side.
Yes.
So and the question is what is this guy doing here on h4? What's this guy doing?
And then of course you can see here that white can actually take both on h7 and on a6.
Yeah.
So the question is, should you go for a pawn?
Yeah. I know what he did, so he didn't take a pawn.
Okay. He missed both possibilities. He missed.
I don't know. He played a3 here. I a little bit unclear why he plays that.
That's a little bit strange. Actually.
What is he afraid of? Because bishop b4, then we can take on f6, right? Or no, maybe we can't. Bishop b7, but then there is queen h6. No. So is there a threat here? Because why would you play a3?
No, also because it weakens. If you move the queen now.
Yeah, so and now the b3 is not such a strong defense.
Exactly. No, that was a strange move.
So
I had been thinking.
So I don't know.
I guess we are out of theory now because also Costa has started to think a bit, but that's typical.
But
also.
he hasn't thought very much.
No. But from so far he's been.
No, I'm sure it's out of theory after a3 because that's not the move you would analyze.
And look at the time now. Suddenly, boom.
Yeah.
Down to one. He's been thinking for 20 minutes now.
Yeah.
But I also believe that now he has a little bit of the chance to do something.
That might be the case.
So the question is, how? I think a5 is.
It's not so easy for black because you have this f6 problem.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a problem because if you let's say you go for the obvious try here, then white takes here, and then the question is what's happening. I think maybe the idea is with a3 is that before in this position black would have bishop b4. Let's just make another move to see what let's say he plays instead of a3. Let's say he played
rook
here,
g1
or rook here. Let's say now that's too bad.
That's why rook g1.
We play here just for fun. Maybe then this is possible because after this you can actually go here, and the queen would have to go here, and now suddenly you lose the queen. This could be the reason.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a good point to this a3, a tactical point.
But it doesn't look.
But it gives black a hook.
Yeah, I don't like this move.
Should you play something like maybe
a5? That was my idea actually, just to go away from. But also sometimes bishop b4 can sometimes something like that.
Even well, okay, f6 is hanging, so it's not so clear, but
then you can take on a3 also. So, but like you said, there is a hook now. So in this position also, yeah,
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Can you play queen a5?
Let's try.
Yeah.
And your idea is that if we take here,
queen take on a3.
Yeah, you can take, or even take with the bishop is also possible.
Even stronger maybe. Bishop take on a3 is strong.
Maybe, I don't know. Well, it's not the end of the world. You can take here because the bishop. So I don't know. But now, this is not clear. I mean,
it's not clear. Let's go back because I had one. There is. Again, I believe in a5. It feels like a normal move, but queen b6 take on f6. I was thinking of take and d4.
Yeah, I was also looking at that. Let's see what happens here. Is this something? Suddenly it becomes very concrete, everything.
Mm.
Well, I only see one move here.
b3.
Of course, it would have been great to have the pawn on a5 now. Then you would play
Yeah.
a4, and
Maybe you can even play it now.
maybe we can play it. Yeah.
I don't know. But of course, take on h7.
Maybe bishop c4,
Bishop c4.
then take on d4.
But then maybe queen c5.
There is king a2.
Yeah. But you.
But white is not without chances here.
Of course not.
Because now suddenly
it's
we have lots of moves here.
It's sharp game.
We can take there. We can go here. We can play here.
Yeah.
We can go here. Many moves.
Yeah. But anyway, a3. The problem is that b3 is no longer so obvious to defend, and of course the other thing is the hook on a3 to go for.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be a bit worried about playing a3.
Anyway,
is this the position?
Yes.
Black to play. So obviously he now needs to think about how to continue, and it's not clear how to do it.
No, it's not easy. And maybe a3, you know, it's a move that he didn't prepare that line.
No, maybe it's strong.
Maybe there is.
But let's say, okay, if you play a5, what would white do? Will he take on h7, you think?
Something will happen.
I get one idea. If you take on h7, rook h8, bishop d3. Can you play d4 now?
Tactics.
Because the bishop on h4 is hanging?
Yeah.
And if you move the queen, then you can take on a3.
Right. No, I think taking on h7.
No, it was just.
Yeah, but I think I like a5.
Yes, me too.
This is to me that's the obvious move.
Yeah, I agree.
And bishop takes h7 looks very.
Not obvious.
It doesn't look like the move
No.
taking a pawn on h7. I don't know.
No.
I would prefer to do something else.
Mm-hmm.
Also because, as you pointed out, rook h8, and suddenly there are lots of problems.
But let's play rook a.
Let's play
e1, just like this.
Maybe something like this.
Something we have played many times. This type of.
I don't know.
So the question is how black should continue here.
Yeah. It's a very tense position.
Yeah.
I mean, he could, you know, safeguard the pawn by playing h6 or something.
h5.
h5 is also possible.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you want to have it here to safeguard this square a little bit extra.
Maybe.
I don't know. But there is a problem for black. How do you move? You would like to move your queen.
You want to play queen b6 here.
Yeah. So can you do that? What happens if you play queen b6?
Let's take a look. Take on f6 must be the move.
Yeah. And now we take back.
Wait, I got one idea. Can you play actually bishop? No, bishop b4 is not possible. Huh?
I think you can. Here you mean?
But yeah, I tried to. Yeah.
Can you take it? You want to take back?
Yeah, with the pawn.
You could go here to here and go down here.
Yeah. Probably it's not. Probably it was just a tryout. I don't believe in it really. You know.
But if you go here, could you play? You know.
Yeah, that was my idea to play rook a8. This because sometimes this is actually very very dangerous.
But maybe the bishop can
b3 even.
I don't know what happens here. And then bishop to b2.
It's not enough. Okay, go back.
So a5 was played in the game.
Good.
And I think we will leave it at that.
Yes,
and we will go because now we know what's about to happen here. It will be very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So we go to Tiger.
Yeah.
And we go back to the position. We had some strange position.
Yes, we had this
here.
one. Yes, we were this.
And we didn't know really what was going to happen. We had some ideas. He played d6, as I think you mentioned.
Yeah.
And we have c3, e5, and bishop e2.
That's...
Yeah, we were talking about maybe going...
Yeah, for me it's more logical to play bishop c2.
Yeah. But maybe he does not like bishop g4, maybe.
And then h3, take. I would prefer that anyway, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, that didn't happen. He played bishop b2, knight f6,
yeah,
queen c2, castles, rook a d1,
just playing very
b5,
slowly.
d4.
Yeah. And now he moves his queen for sure.
Black looks fine here.
Yes, black is fine here. Because the white pieces are a bit strangely placed.
Yeah.
And the weakness of black is the d5 outpost, but it's quite far away from being explored by white because the knights are not ready for that.
And also you don't have any way to challenge this knight here. The knight on f6 is very stable. Normally you would have maybe a bishop, you could play bishop g5 or something.
Yes.
But you cannot do that.
No.
So all black's pieces can protect this square.
No, so
I think this knight on b2 is actually a big problem for white.
So queen c7, also because I don't think you want to take on d4.
You prefer that to going to e7?
Yes, but I'm not sure.
No, I would think maybe to play queen e7.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't. Maybe.
Yes,
maybe it's no big difference. Maybe it's the same.
No. But
you have some pressure on d4 now. Maybe I don't know. But you might also have. I don't know.
You can also play queen b6.
Okay.
If you want to force something happening, I don't know if it's better, but.
Yeah. Certainly. But now maybe you could take him, maybe rook d6 at some point, something like that could happen. Maybe I'm not sure. You have rook knight e8. Let's say you take somewhere, maybe here. I don't know if rook. I don't know if this is anything. Maybe you can just play here.
Exactly.
And then we go here.
Bishop e6.
Then you just move here, and nothing much is happening. White has to retreat.
Can you take on e5?
So actually, he played e takes d4 here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a little bit surprise to me. But okay, maybe queen e7 now. And then bishop g4 in the next move.
I know that the Tiger, he likes to play the Benoni.
Oh.
And now we get sort of a Benoni position. Yeah.
Now, queen b1.
Yeah, most likely. But it's not the only move, right? Or is it? Yeah, maybe it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is. Because if you play... I was thinking queen d2, but then knight takes e4 and...
I believe he has planned queen b1 and bishop b7.
Yeah. And then we can...
d5.
And then rook e8
because
maybe.
a3 is about to come. So this is dangerous maybe.
No, but the bishop is hanging on e2. a3, we take on d5.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
interesting.
No, yeah, I mean...
Probably this is what I have seen.
Yeah. So in this position... No, but there is something very harmonious about black's position.
I agree.
Would say.
I agree. The question is more how to make use of it.
Yeah, and I think this is very concrete and
strong, most likely.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay,
so,
so if you play bishop b7, you can also play e5, of course.
Yeah, I think white has to do something else. E4, but can you play bishop e4 or something? But then you have knight e3.
No, I actually thought queen c1.
And then you can have queen f4.
But that's what's the idea. That if you take on a2, I can play queen f4. But
yeah, I think white has to do something in the center.
But this is it's very sharp play.
It's very sharp, yeah. Yeah, you can go wrong here. I mean, it's obviously both can go wrong for sure.
Normally, Tiger is quite good in this type of positions. He likes this.
Yeah, he likes to play very concrete.
Look at the time.
Is it possible to play something like here?
Yeah, I thought about that.
Because you have this little trick to go here. kind of nasty, right?
Rook d2.
Rook d2, yeah.
But this must be okay for black. I mean,
yeah.
from a
I mean,
logical point
we
of
could
view.
go here, and I don't know where you go.
Queen e1 maybe.
Queen a1 maybe.
No, I think no. Queen a1, e1. I think.
Queen e1, yeah, that's probably the better move. And then the question is what to do.
Okay, I don't know. I think it's very, very sharp position. Knight b4. We need to let's go back because I think there is some this is the position. Okay, queen b1. There might be something else as well. You know, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I was thinking if you could maybe play some other queen move like queen c1 or something. Perhaps aiming for h6, but black always has knight g4.
Yeah, first of all, queen b1, bishop b7, d5, like you said, rook e8 looks good for black. Huh? So I think that so e5 must be the move. e5, knight e4, is that possible?
Can you take here?
Bishop takes.
I was thinking some very clumsy move like this. Maybe you can just take.
I take on c5.
Yeah, but I was thinking if there is some move here somewhere, but probably not.
You
right?
pawn up and winning, more or less.
Yeah, it was if you could somehow utilize this opposition here, but it doesn't look like you can do that. So this does not work. Not unsurprisingly. So this is dangerous.
Bishop b7, e5, and then I think still this must be the line. e5, and now, because there is also knight e4.
This is also good.
Maybe.
Maybe rook c1.
Now take somewhere on d4. Can do or can you do that? That's typical tiger again. If it would be something like that.
But what can we play eighth round?
Yeah, now take on e5. That would be tiger play. You know.
This?
No, you can play knight c3. Knight c3.
Yeah.
And black is winning, I think.
Yeah. No, this is very dangerous. Obviously, very dangerous after knight b4. So maybe d4 is a mistake. And we said that this is.
And again, black is so harmonious in the position. So yeah.
I don't like white's position at all. All the white pieces are badly placed.
Clumsily placed. Let's move on and let's see the Hampus and Khan game.
And the big drama here is, of course, that Hampus has used a lot of time. Only 40 minutes left.
Khan also.
But he has 20 more minutes. That's quite important.
Yeah.
But let's see what happened. So we were
into this line here.
Here, this was the position. Black here he didn't play e5, which was one of the moves we at least mentioned. He started by taking.
Yeah, that's also typical.
Yeah, played e5, and then we have a lot
this
of
structure,
exchanges, and then e4.
And this, this is a classical structure in the sense that, you have the unsymmetrical position with an extra pawn for black on the queen side. White has got an extra pawn on the king side. And, we have seen this in many type positions before. And the thing is that normally white wants to push, with f4 and e5 and do something, but not. That is another idea, is to go for, just put up a safe position and build with the rooks on d1 and c1 and so on. So we'll see a little bit how it develops.
Yeah.
Black needs to take care for this push with the f4 and all this kind of stuff. But
it looks like a position where white could suddenly have a big advantage.
yeah,
You cannot see black getting a big advantage
no,
fast.
it's true. It's true.
So I
It's
would...
easier to play white, I would say.
It's easier, yeah.
Mm.
So let's see. Okay, so rook e8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everything is logical.
Now they have equal times, almost.
Mm-hmm.
So Khan is also using a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e3.
What's happening now? Take on take on e4. After bishop e3. Take on e4, take on e4, queen, as in rook d8, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
No, but the bishop is hanging on c4.
So let's have a look.
We must take a look. Let's go back, just so we don't miss anything after. C6.
But you want to take?
No, yeah, sorry.
Let's check this out.
Because there is knight d5 as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think you shouldn't take. Because where do you go?
If you put on d7, it's not possible. So, and e5, then bishop f4. Yeah, okay.
And if you go here, I guess you can also play
Bishop
this
f4, yeah. And then bishop d6. You can take. Can you take on c7? Almost.
Queen takes.
Then you take on d6, and then
takes.
take on f7. No, it doesn't
Queen
work.
takes.
Queen take. Okay.
But maybe you can do something good here.
Yeah. But maybe the bishop f4 is it's not. I'm not sure it's correct. Let's see here.
No, there might be alternatives.
Knight b6, for example, winning the rook on b8.
Knight
a8.
b6. Yeah, then you have to sacrifice the queen
and
this
white is
way.
winning. So
Yeah,
okay.
it looks very, very dangerous. Anyway, so he played c6, very solid.
Mm-hmm.
At least trying to be solid. F3.
I like this move
bishop
actually.
b6, yeah.
F3, yeah.
And then the exchanges. b3. Now he plays c5. That's a bit surprising to me.
Yes, but black is slightly worse here. Because the problem is also that the a7 pawn is hanging.
Right.
So and you do not want to play b6 because then you put it on the wrong color. And a6 a little bit annoying as well because then white controls the black squares and it's not easy to see the push. Maybe knight a4, and b6 and so on.
Yeah.
So a little bit difficult position for black, I think.
It is.
It's got some things to prove before you can say that it's
c5
equal.
and now we have this.
Yes, but because c5 you do not want to play that move. Now there is no doubt white is better in this position because you have pressure on c5, but also the white is more harmonious in this position, and the bishop on f8 is not doing much. So I think this will be a tough game for Hampus actually.
And also the fact that he has less time, even though, as you pointed out, both have used time, but the time advantage.
Absolutely.
You're sort of playing two games always. You play one on the board and one on the clock.
Exactly.
And you have to win both.
Well, it's enough to win on the board, I think.
Yeah, but quite often you also have to to have time.
Let's put this: it's hard to win on the board if you have very little time.
You might have
sure.
have one position on the board, but you don't have time to
Yeah.
to realize it or to utilize your advantage. So the question is here, of course. Well, I don't think we should dig too deeply here. We can just say white is better. We can just look at a very obvious line is to take here, right?
And B6.
And now B6. And now I would
Rook
suppose,
FD1, yeah.
and in a position like this might be holdable for black. But you will use lots of time. It's easy to make a mistake, and white has excellent chances, I would say.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we
go
should
to
go
our hero Hedman, maybe? No?
No, we haven't checked that game, but we will go to that maybe later. We sort of update the games that we have been looking.
I see.
So here we have this game.
Look, A5. That was the move suggested. Yeah.
And now he played C5. So he made one of these pawn moves that I said you have to be careful with. But I think it's correct. I think you should do that. And then we had a knight jump here.
Exactly.
As expected. Castles. Bishop F4. Trying to provoke. He wants this move. Because then he knows he has always the possibility maybe to come jumping with the knights. So in this position, after Bishop F4, there was Queen C7. And now Knight H5.
Queen A.
I mean, front. Sorry. Queen H5. That is a surprising move. Would you play that in this position?
Maybe, actually. But no, because one thing is that if you play, for example, Knight BD2, then after, then the bishop is a little bit strange on F4 maybe. So you cannot go back, because I think if you play E5 here, maybe you even go back to C1.
That's true.
So,
but I mean, let's. This is the obvious move in the position. I mean, I think 95% of the players in this tournament would play that move. Only a very few would play Queen H5 because there is no obvious attack, right? So Knight D2, and then you say E5.
Maybe,
but maybe you can just go here.
Of course.
Or are you?
I cannot say.
Could it be that he would?
Yeah, it was more like now you cannot put your knight on E3, so easily. It was more like that,
Yeah.
But maybe, or even play G6 first, and then or F5 immediately like this.
Interesting. So Queen H5 is interesting. Very, very concrete solution to some sort of strategic problem. But I don't know exactly how it solves it, but it's interesting. So now, I don't know if black should play E5, but let's say he plays. One thing you can say is that black cannot really play this move anymore.
True.
So maybe that's the point. That after this, we suddenly control this important square.
But what about if we play F5 after Queen H5?
Well, he has played the move. He played A6 here.
Why?
Yeah, that's a strange move.
Okay, he's afraid of Knight C6, A6, of course.
Yeah.
And then the bishop has to go back. But A6 is also concession. Knight B6 will come maybe at a point.
Yeah, so I think Bassen was happy to see A6 because now he has suddenly a square where he can jump in. So
that looks strange to me.
Knight D2, Knight C6, Knight F3.
Okay.
So now he's coming with the knight, and I think he's
also taking away Knight D4. I think
taking away Knight D4, maybe aiming at some point trying to go for H7.
If you play Knight F6, can you take on C5 then?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
maybe E5.
Is this possible? Maybe E5, but you have. But then you could play Queen B6, take and take the rook, but. Well, you have to do that, right?
Yeah. Maybe this was not working, but
so, I don't know. Let's say something like this. Take. You take. Let's say take it with the bishop. I don't know. Take something. Maybe
Knight H5.
Knight H5. Maybe. Yeah. No, this does not look good.
How many pawns do you have?
Well, you have 2 pawns, but you have this weakening.
Yeah. F5. But I still don't like it.
So Knight F6 might be a possibility.
Then Queen H3. No, but Queen h3, bishop c8, knight b6. There we have one important thing, yeah? Because I thought that the queen was... What about e5?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And bishop c8.
Yeah.
Maybe you can put...
Bishop on g5. And now bishop c8. Queen h4. h6.
Then you have to sacrifice, right?
Oh, well, you can take also. On
Yeah,
f6.
you can take here, yeah. You play this, yeah. This is playable.
King h7, go for g6.
Yeah, but then we can just
move the knight.
Evacuate somehow.
That's 94. This is actually, I would be a little bit worried here for white actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, knight d4 and bishop e6. I think black is okay here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I don't really like this actually.
So after knight f3, you are played f5.
No, I think it was knight f6 we were analyzing.
Yeah, but he played f5.
He played f5.
Yeah,
okay.
This is the move.
Yeah, okay.
This is what happens.
Okay, then go for that. Skip my bad suggestions.
No, but knight f6 looked very reasonable.
Yeah.
But I think Bassam is he would like to get the position where with a square d5, for instance, and also b6 he would get. But yeah. Anyway, this position.
Okay. And is it Bassam's move to play?
Yeah, it's very very tough position. They have not exchanged anything yet, and everything is in play, so to speak.
And now you may be threatening knight f6 very seriously, huh?
Yeah.
What about, and now if you go for, okay, knight g5, you have knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because there is a weakness now on...
Yeah, we have to check this.
But of course you can take it also.
There is a double threat. We have a mating threat here, but we also have this take here.
Because if maybe he'd just take it, I don't know.
So h6 does not work because of knight takes e6 and knight f6.
Can you take on e6?
That's the problem, I think, because what do you do?
Because if you play queen d7 or something like that, you take on f5, yeah?
I don't know, is this, yeah, this looks...
Because now you're threatening to play knight b6 as well. You know, so if you move the knight, you probably just play knight b6.
Yeah, you threaten knight b... No, this is not good.
No.
So after knight g5...
You have to take it.
Maybe you should take.
Bishop take.
Okay.
Knight d4.
Something tells me that this is probably good for white now. The question is if you can do something.
But you always believe in Bassam. I know you don't.
Well, but I mean, I have seen many games where all these knight jumps, don't actually lead to anything. So it's not like he's always winning.
Actually, you have bishop e7 in that position.
Yeah.
So maybe h6 here. Can you do that? Can you take it then?
Yeah,
you can take it.
You can take it.
You just take it. But wait. Knight. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, just to show the audience here what's happening, you can just start taking everything, and then you take more. You have at least 4 pawns.
Yeah, that's right.
Plus, you have.
This will not happen for sure.
An attack.
So h is not.
So I think f5 is.
Knight f6 was other possibility, and one way it looked a knight f6 instead of knight f5. Okay, but okay.
What are you saying?
Instead of f5, knight f6.
Well, but f5 is the fact. So
yeah, that's right.
We cannot replay the game.
No, that's fine.
So f5, and we have to live with this position, I think. I think he will play knight g5.
But he's thinking. Okay. What do you say? A break?
Yeah. Okay, folks. Go take a tea or something. Have a banana. And then we will be back in like maybe 10 or 15 minutes with a new analysis, a new interesting fighting chess.
Yes, because you can see many interesting positions. Huh?
Yeah, well, it's brewing to be really good. Okay, thank you. See you. Okay, welcome back to Rilton Cup, 4th round. And Jesper, how's the action going?
I think there are many very interesting games.
Yeah.
And, you can say that the players are fighting.
Yes.
Dynamic, interesting chess is played all over.
Yeah.
Just like in this game that we have on the screen right now, this Bassem Amin against Joar Östlund.
Right,
So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked at this position and we suggested knight g5.
Mm-hmm.
But Bassem came up with a surprising move here. He played queen h3.
Mm-hmm.
And
Actually, it's a bit logical in one way, because you get out of this knight f6 stuff and so on.
yeah.
And e6 is a little bit weak, so...
Yeah, he's aiming at the e6 pawn.
Mm.
And you can say that when black plays f5 here, the one of the big things happening is that he has weakened his pawn here.
Mm.
And it's not so easy to protect. That's
No.
So queen h3 is, I think, a very surprising move. Jor played e5.
Oh, that looks dangerous also.
Yeah, but he obviously he didn't find any easy solution here.
Mm.
So he played e5 and then bishop g5, and this is
Mm.
where we are at
Mm.
in this moment.
Mm. One problem is, of course, if you take on g5, knight takes, then you have a double threat, both on h7 and knight e6.
Yeah, you have this threat here, but you also have the fork.
So now it's more or less game over, I guess,
Yeah, it's an exchange at least,
Yes.
maybe even more. And suddenly we see this knight here
Mm.
on c4. You cannot attack it.
No.
That's the negative.
Mm.
We have this problem that this knight is now extremely strong,
Mm.
and it can at any time jump in on b6, or it can go to e3 and maybe go to d5.
But also just to take on f5 and then put the
Yeah.
bishop on d5
and,
check.
and the bishop is coming here. So this is just
Now it's
horrible.
suddenly it looks good for...
Yeah, now it looks very
It
good.
looks very good for him.
So I think we will jump up to the first
Mm.
board, and we have a surprising situation because it was a draw.
Yeah.
And we can see that the position looks quite drawish. It's a
Mhm.
queen ending, and
Mhm.
it's a very drawish one. So
Mm.
we have to go back and see what happened. So let's see. Where were we? We had this
Mhm.
position,
Mm.
and your suggestion rook a4 was unfortunately not played.
Well, I cannot say, but it was. There are
No, but
at least this was a position that was crucial for can White find a way to put pressure on Black. That was the question, and I tried to do something that was in line with that. But
I liked the rook a4 idea,
Mm.
even though I didn't quite 100% understand it.
neither do I.
No, but I liked it
Yes.
anyway because it
Mhm.
had something, It had
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
It was-
Also, no, because there are several different
Yeah,
ideas
yeah.
behind it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
So anyway, in the game, I think White played a very normal move,
Yeah.
Bishop f4.
yes, of course.
One-
but then
one of-
knight d5. Huh?
But then we have this
Yeah,
95.
That was that was why I tried to find something else, because
right.
if the bishop would have stayed on c1, you could have played knight e4. That was the
Mhm,
basic
mhm.
idea of mine.
Yeah. Yeah, I was all the time looking for this knight d5
Mhm.
move just
Mhm.
to equalize the
Mhm.
game for Black, because my impression, I think your impression too, was that maybe White has an advantage here.
Yeah, or at least can play for an advantage.
Yeah, he can play. Let's
Mm.
say there are things in the position that could finally be problematic for
Mm.
Black.
Mhm.
Maybe the position. I think Black is okay. I mean,
Mhm.
he has a very sound king
Mhm.
position. The bishop on g7 is potentially a very strong bishop.
Mhm.
So, but anyway, after bishop f4, knight d5,
Mhm.
we saw an exchange. c3, queen d7, and now, yeah.
No, now it's not much.
Now,
Okay, it is the weakness on a little bit with the a6, b7, but on the other
but
hand,
on the other hand, the
pawn on
a5,
a5
yeah.
pawn can be a weakness as well.
I would say that these which is the weakest, B7 or A5. It's not clear.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So anyway, what happened was that
I think as soon as the knights were swapped off, it's an equal position.
And now
exactly,
it was everything just went away. And now in this position, of course, if you take the pawn here, then white has this, and suddenly white actually has play. So instead there was a repetition.
Okay, so in this crucial moment, white didn't find any way to put pressure on black, and the pieces were swapped off and equalized position. So okay, I
would say that was quite nice for black,
of course,
because he drew without really having any problems.
Trouble.
Yeah, and for white. It was a little bit of a setback not to manage to get some play there. So let's jump to board number 2.
Yeah.
And we have our Spanish game, or Roy Lopez, as it's also called. And I think we were here somewhere.
Yeah, we had this position.
This was the position.
And here.
And black, you said that if we do this. And protect.
And then A5 can be dangerous.
I think that is the move they play here. I mean, this has been played many times. And then white always have this F3 and this.
Or bishop D2 and go for the pawn.
Also that, even though black always can play rook B8. But anyway, so in this position after A5, white played here. He played C3.
Yeah.
And the negative with A5 is you don't have the knight move.
Yes.
Which means that you cannot really activate the bishop so easily.
Agreed.
So black took.
Take back.
D6, protect E5. Rook B1.
I think it's a little bit easier to play white here. It's like
And now,
for example, this move. You don't really want to.
No. On the other hand, we talked a lot about this bishop. It's not so bad because it's not doing anything on the diagonal.
No. I agree.
So
in that sense, it's more like rook b8 looked more normal to me, but it doesn't matter.
But I think on the other hand, when you get the bishop to, let's say, e6, you stabilize the position quite a lot, and maybe you can move your queen up to d7, and you can connect the rooks, and you get all the normal situation. So in this position, white decided to gain the pair of bishops. Play bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, and now I guess g5 you could take. So this is always something you have to be aware of with black in these positions, that this is very dangerous.
Now f4 will come,
and you have f4 coming. And lots of pressure, very dangerous. So bishop d7 was played. Queen d2, rook a b8, bishop d5.
White has got some pressure here.
Yeah.
So,
d4 c6, bishop a2, bishop g4, queen e3. And this is the position. And I would say white is better. What do you say?
I think there is one crucial line now. That is, if white just can play something simple here, but what about take on d4 and take on e4?
Yeah.
Because I was looking at this at the board.
Yes.
So this is crucial. There must be something here.
So you want to, let's...
If you take with a pawn, I take on with queen take e4.
Yeah. Well, I mean, white is not worse. He can always take...
No. I just say that, it could be like it equalizes the position.
Black is fighting to...
Exactly. So, but if this is working and you get a pawn, maybe, you just can simplify to get an equal position. But I think this is crucial from what I could see. But I don't know really. So, for example, c take d4, queen take e4. I don't know if there is... I was thinking about, take on f6, take on e3, take back here. I think
you should take.
it seems like, that, for example, rook b6 could be played. And I couldn't say really, what is this position like? I mean,
this was my immediate reaction, that White can do something like this, and I thought that White should probably, he should not be worse at least.
No.
But the question is if
no,
it's...
but like bishop e6.
Yeah, but bishop e6 is probably the move. Maybe you have, because I don't know. Well, maybe you can go here, I don't know.
Or d5.
d5 is a very enterprising move.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we...
And you
exchange.
take?
But then you can take d6, of course.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, White is better. There's
it's like you have at least, there is still some fight for the equality. But I just felt that if this does not work, there is no doubt that...
Yeah. Well, he took on d4.
Okay.
He has taken on d4.
Mm-hmm.
So White has to make a choice.
So now we have this.
Yeah. So there are some options here.
Mm-hmm. I think the c take d4 is...
You can take on f6, for instance, if you want to.
But then I think, you are losing a bit of your...
Let's just look at it, since it's an obvious move, right?
Yeah, queen takes.
Probably queen, because you shouldn't make this mistake, because White actually has a piece up here.
That's true.
That's a problem. In the long run, that does not work. So queen takes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to do something like this, right?
No,
because then this is just too good. Maybe you can even take
knight take on d4.
Knight takes, or even queen takes here, threatening.
Yes, sure.
So this is bad. Okay, so in this position, bishop takes f6, just as an exercise in analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have to make a choice. Should you take with the pawn?
Mm-hmm.
But then there is, of course, bishop takes f3.
Mm-hmm.
You could take with the knight.
Yeah.
And I would say that White is probably still a little bit better, because you have this...
But also here, maybe bishop e6.
Yeah, you can play it.
I mean...
it's not clear. It's not clear.
It's absolutely like, I prefer to play White, but I'm not completely convinced that there is any real f-take was my idea.
Yeah.
To get some counter-attack on the f2 and so on.
And then we just move in here somewhere.
But also here, if you play like d5 even, or you can take it 2 times maybe, sorry. So it was not so good. You simply take 2 times. So if you go back, instead of d5, let's look at this position.
So we did this.
Yes.
This, and we did this.
Mm-hmm. No.
Bishop e6, I don't like it so much.
No.
I think Black's big problem is not the bishop.
Okay, bishop d7 then.
This is the problem.
Is it bishop d7 you should play?
Yeah, maybe bishop d7. I like that more. With the idea of coming with the knight. Maybe that is the solution here. I don't know. Maybe we can go here.
You can play c5 maybe.
Yeah, but now it starts to look maybe even this.
How is this position? You are. Okay, it's equal. No,
because if
I prefer again. I agree.
You might even take with the pawn here, and you have this square d5.
It was more like you wanted to play knight c6.
I don't know, but bishop f6 is definitely one of the moves here.
Yes.
What do we have more than that?
C take d4. This variation we just looked at.
Yeah,
and then take on e4, take on f6 on this line.
Yeah, this. We're probably getting some, but the question is, should White try to keep the queens or not?
Yes.
And I think maybe you should keep the queens. I don't know what you think.
But the question is very much, what about rook b6 now? Because you are so tied down,
Yeah. But here Black has a pawn also. Well, it's not a very strong pawn, but it's still a pawn.
I guess this is what he is evaluating right
He's
now.
contemplating.
Mm.
I would say that the Latvian Grandmaster has a favorable position, and he has several possible decent
But actually,
options.
maybe take on f6 is better anyway. You know this.
I don't know. It's very difficult to say.
Mm.
Interesting options. You can take there and go with for keeping the queens, or you could go for this move. Can you take? Well, if you take with the knight, probably it will be something like this. And this is well. Is there some? No.
Can you take and play f3?
No, but
No, it's
c3
take
is
here.
c3 is hanging. It's not possible. So this seems to be at least one line that is not so favorable. Right?
I think so.
If you don't have some good move here, like I don't know, Queen G3 maybe, something like that. But then there's Knight H5. No, D6 is hanging. Is this a move? Maybe you can just play like Queen E5 or something. I don't know.
But what is the?
Yeah, well, Bishop takes F6 and H3, winning a piece.
But then it's Queen E3 check. What did you?
No, I mean,
you mean you take off. Okay, I see.
The idea is to take
okay,
and then
of course.
H3.
What about G5, winning a piece?
That's a good move. Now you need a really good move here. But maybe there is no good move. Well, maybe there is a move.
Mm-hmm. But this still,
Yeah,
this is not good.
No, this is not a good. I'm just looking for.
Yeah, of course.
Possible. But
Okay.
I think if I had this position, I think I would take here. And just play
I
very
think so
simple.
too, yeah.
You have a very harmonious position, and black has all the problems.
Maybe C5.
Yeah, but I don't like to give up the d5
Maybe.
square. But maybe you're right. Maybe I
Because then you play knight, bishop e6 maybe,
yeah, maybe that's correct.
But still, I mean, white is better, I believe, or slight advantage. But now I'm looking for the best.
Yeah, I agree.
So bishop e6, and if you take with the queen was my idea, and then play knight c6, and I think black can hold this.
Maybe now maybe you have some
Yeah, actually, this is also what I saw.
something like this.
So it's a little bit tricky position. White really needs to find this way to put most pressure on black.
Yeah, but see, I like c5. It seems to be, but maybe there is something, some other move here. I don't know which, but yeah, but c5 is good. Yeah, I agree. And suddenly black has some options, and maybe you can get the knight to c6.
Maybe you can play knight b5.
Yeah.
Bishop e6 and bishop d5.
Yeah, this is possible.
Just to hold down.
Yeah. This is not a bad idea. Well, white should be slightly better, but maybe it's no.
I mean, it's not. This is still up. If you take, for example, and so on. You are better in queen. Maybe something like queen f5.
But then d6 is hanging.
b1 is hanging.
b1 is hanging. We should protect this first, maybe.
Yeah. And
maybe
now
here.
And something like.
Maybe here.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So maybe it's not so easy, right?
You have some counterplay.
So maybe bishop d5 is not so good.
But okay, let's just put it this way.
Yeah.
White has got a slight advantage, but it's not totally clear how to keep up the pressure in this position. It's a crucial position in that sense that white needs to find the best way now.
Yeah.
Slightly better because due to the bishop pair, open b5, but not so easy to convert it into a win. And you have knight take d4, you have bishop take f6.
What about queen takes d4? New try.
Because queen take e4, you simply take on f6 and you are winning.
You can take on f3.
Actually, you can. Actually, you can.
You can play
That's
this.
right.
Yeah.
And take on f3.
Yeah.
And now,
Now we take on g7.
maybe. And queen g6.
And then you do this. And then it's not so nice anymore.
No.
So bishop takes g7 is not good. Bishop takes f3. Okay, we have to take it. Well, we don't have to take it. We can take on e4, but we take here.
And queen g6 check.
Queen g6, and then we play king here, I guess.
Queen take f6.
Yes.
And we have, you know, a little bit like the same.
Same thing as
before.
before, yeah. And it's not very clear. Maybe this is a worse version of that
Maybe.
ending that we looked at
Maybe.
before. So maybe queen takes e4 here, and there is no easy way to do anything here.
You're threatening, yeah. Because you're threatening to take on f3. You know.
Let's say you exchange queens here.
Mm-hmm. Threatening to take on c3.
Yes, this is the problem. Now I was thinking some move here. But maybe there is no move here.
But this is okay for black.
Probably yes.
This is okay.
Yeah, should be. So what do we have?
We have either this c take d4, or we have take on f6. He played knight take d4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now, can you play g5? Oh my god.
But then the bishop. But what happens after this move?
Yeah, that was what we have looked at. Take on f6. It was this endgame that we have been looking at.
No.
Isn't it?
No, this is a different situation.
Uh-huh.
We get this. We took on f6 one move before.
Mm-hmm, okay.
So this is the other. This
and
is we actually
rook
did.
b6
Yeah.
with the same ideas.
Yeah. It's similar to what we have looked at.
Yeah.
And we said that, yeah, it's a game. Black is a pawn up, but white is most likely going to get that pawn back.
And has got a slightly better position, I think.
So knight takes. So the question is, should you take on e4? I think if you don't do that, white can just play f3 here and maybe even the bishop back, and I think then this could be really bad for black. He has to do something. You said g5.
Yeah, that was a question.
But maybe you can even take it.
Yeah, well, okay, but then at least it's more interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if you can take it.
Because it doesn't look so impressive.
It's not very clear. Just see this.
King to
h7, I guess.
and then queen h4 check, maybe.
Maybe check here. Maybe you can just well, you could go here and offer a draw, maybe. Yeah. We'll see.
Yep.
This is the position right now, and we'll
But
see.
because the idea was g5, bishop g3, then take with the with the queen on e4. That was my idea.
Yeah, yeah. But then d6 is hanging, so.
Actually d6. So maybe it's not a good move anyway.
No. Anyway,
Okay.
let's go to the next
Mhm.
move, and we have Çelik playing the international master from Turkey. He's playing or Turkey. Is that the name?
Black has got no problem at all in this position. huh?
No. This is. I think this is a game where Black has succeeded in neutralizing White. So
Yeah.
it looks very equal, and I can imagine this becoming a draw.
Even I think that, you know, it must be Black who has got a little bit easier play, because you have this d5 idea to take some space, and a little bit if you take on f4 you might have some pressure down to
Yeah,
e2.
if anyone has anything, it
must be Black.
It must be Black. Yeah. So
okay, so we will see if he will be able to keep up.
yeah, we can just go back to see how this happened,
Mm-hmm.
because we had. Well, I think we were in this position, right? That's bishop d2 was the last move, and a5 was played.
Actually, quite interesting move, because this is just it's a very strong move, because if everything is swapped off on d5, it should be okay for black.
Yeah, black is just securing his space, and there will be exchanges, but as we will see, black has good control here. Yeah, you could exchange, of course, and play d5. This is perfectly playable for black.
Absolutely.
But you don't have to play like that. Bishop b6.
Queen b3, maybe that position.
Yeah, this is possible. Well, you could play something like this.
I know, but I just say that it might be the reason why he was a little bit afraid of it. But
or maybe he preferred a game where where you keep things, keep some pieces, and make it a little bit more difficult for white to know what to do.
And maybe he hoped for more bishop d5 in this position.
Maybe, yeah.
So what happened?
Bishop c3,
b6,
queen d2.
Yeah. 5 f4.
Here we are.
Okay. 13 minutes. So Kaido is thinking about if he can create something to get some kind of pressure on white.
I think if there is something that is a problem here, it's the fact that Kaido has only 13 minutes for 15 moves.
But because also another idea for black is, of course, to try to create something on the king side with h6 or g5, or try to do something, like this. And rook be8 looks normal, to play h6 and try to do something. And the question is what white can do, because the bishop on g2 is a little bit out of play, It's a long, nice diagonal, but it doesn't do much.
Well, one plan you can go for is to try to get the position where white where you exchange the f4 pawn and the c4, and white has to play with these two pawns. Like you could take on f4, for instance, and if white takes with a piece, then you play d5, and you try to isolate these two pawns, and then you put your rooks into the center like this.
I think rook be8 looks very normal to me.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm not sure about that, because I'm not sure you should have the rook on the f file, because nothing is happening there. Maybe you should play rook f8 and rook because you're going to play d5 if you want to do something. I think you have to play. There
are other possibilities to go for g5.
Do
something. But
this is true. It's true.
That's why. This is the choice. Either to go for d5 or go for g5 or something like that.
I think black is better here.
Slightly better.
But if you also consider the practical problems of playing many moves in a little time, it's not so easy. I would say that this is very unclear.
It could also be that white is playing e4.
Yes.
And but shutting down,
Yeah.
Because if you do that, it's not clear how black should continue.
That's why I'm saying you could take on f4 here.
Could be.
And then play d5.
Yeah.
So let's say we do that just for fun.
Should we take on f4, I guess, huh? With a pawn or with a... What do you do?
Well, you have three options. You cannot take with the queen.
Okay, let's take with a pawn.
So we take with the pawn. Yeah. And then I'm thinking maybe to play this move. Yes. And now already this is not so easy for white.
I agree.
Because let's say we exchange a lot of things here. Just for illustration. I'm not saying these are the best moves, but we get this type of position. This is not so easy for white.
I agree. Let's go back, because I think that I will want to take on g7. We'll take here. I want to take on g7.
King takes, I guess.
And now queen take on f4.
Because you want to check here on e5. Yeah. This is a reasonable move. now you prevent this d5 move. So this is a good plan.
Or at least a possibility, because
probably you play something like this.
Can you play d4?
Yes. But already now you have a backward e-pawn here.
I know. But the question is, as you cannot take on d4,
no,
I can play e3.
Let's say we play a move like this, just for the fun of it.
Let's say I check on e5.
And let's say we go back.
I take on c5. Rook ad1.
Yes.
And now, I think that you are in trouble.
Yeah, because c5 is a little bit weak here.
Yeah.
So this was too
tough.
Yeah, and I think already when we come in this position, and you take, maybe in this position I should actually take with the queen.
Yeah. No.
And if you take with the queen now, maybe I have something better than what I played before. Maybe even a move like this.
But then e3.
Or maybe something like this. Again with I did d5.
But in this position you can maybe maybe check. But maybe e4 is possible. But then queen d4, then you actually have queen d4 check. That's a strong one. Take on d3. I didn't see that. So what we see here is white fighting to equalize, you could say, to find the right move order, to just to try to equalize the position. So black is in the driver's seat. There is no doubt.
He took on f4.
Yeah.
And I think that's the
smart move.
Yeah, I think it's the critical move.
I agree.
So and now he has already taken back, so he has chosen this. And now you can actually play d5 if you want to.
You can.
Yeah, I think black is a little bit better now. A little bit.
I agree.
Slight advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we?
Yeah, move on.
Jump ship. So we have the
this is an interest. This was a dream. We must go back a bit because this was so interesting.
Of course.
I saw also that he was thinking a lot, Leonardo. So because he was much ahead on time, but suddenly he started to think.
Yeah, this was the position.
Yeah.
And we had a long analysis here.
Here from 129,
yeah.
And in the next move, when he found a5, took him half an hour.
It was this a3 move that we first thought was bad, and then we were hailing as a genius move, more or less.
Well, at least we couldn't see any way to take it down, you could say.
No, but there was a reason for it, and it wasn't such a bad reason.
No, it was good.
And black played probably the most interesting move, a5, and then king a1.
And that's also logical in a way, just to get rid of this, to take on a3 and all this kind of stuff. Because the question is again, how can black come out with a queen without losing the f6 pawn, So it's a little bit clever play by white, I think. Because it's not easy to find any good moves.
Now black came out with a shocker here.
Yeah. Because now if you take...
Then it gets very dangerous.
Then you take with a pawn.
You take with the pawn.
And then you will have rook a8 and queen a5 check.
Yeah.
And at least it will be very dangerous.
And if you try something like this, I think you can actually... maybe even play this immediately, or you check first, perhaps.
Yeah, so you need to play like queen e1, or...
And then you go here, and now you win the queen. Now you have to sacrifice. You can take on... What happens here if you take and just do this? Maybe this is not so bad for white.
But you don't have to play.
No, I know. I'm just sort of... So maybe here we should play queen a5 instead or something.
And then bishop a4. And you're winning immediately.
Well, after queen a5 you have to go here, right?
Yeah, and then you play bishop a4.
Yeah, but it's not so clear. You can go here now. There's no check.
Okay, sorry.
So it's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
Or maybe it is.
Or maybe it is, yeah. b3 is possible as well.
b3 here.
And now I'll check on c5.
Yeah. what happens if we play king d2? But then you can maybe check on b4.
You have rook take g2.
Also rook takes g2. Yeah, this is very dangerous.
Because king b1, bishop c6.
Yeah,
that was
then
my idea.
this is lost. So this move, then again you could just
Yes.
probably do
Bishop
this.
c6 is winning immediately as well. After bishop c2, bishop c6, and the queen is trapped. No,
Well,
it's not trapped.
Not quite yet, but
Okay.
still.
Queen.
Maybe it's better to wait because then you
Mhm.
have this idea of
Yeah,
taking.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that actually.
So this maybe, but okay, something like that. But
Now
maybe
bishop. No, you cannot take on.
But this must be good somehow. But it's not so easy. It's still a
Okay,
fight.
instead of taking, let's play the other version. Instead of let's play bishop c6. In this position, yeah, and queen b1. Check on, maybe you take on queen e3 check or something like that, and take on g2. That was my idea.
Yeah.
You do not have to calculate too much to see that you have at least
You have a great game.
fantastic compensation for everything.
So in the game,
Mm.
he didn't take the knight,
Yeah.
and you don't even have to calculate. You can just see that it's dangerous, and probably you don't want to play that type of position. That I think that's so.
So it took. That was a tough move.
And then back
Mm-hmm.
because black does not have an attack.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of this fishing pole variation. You put the knight on g4, and when white plays h3, you play h5, and you hope that white is going to take the knight. And this is the same. If you don't take it, there is no attack.
So, but what about
So yeah,
Okay.
he took here.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take on g2?
No, I think that's.
So yeah, this was it. And now he took,
Mm-hmm.
because now he has the threat on b2.
Mm-hmm.
So if
What about rook g1? h1 to g1.
can you take rook b takes b2? Is that playable?
And then queen.
Queen takes,
Can
rook
you-
takes, check, bishop f8,
Yeah, it's okay.
king takes, and then queen check.
Mm-hmm.
Should be okay for black, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Let's show that.
Mm-hmm.
So this, and we were saying that probably black has to do this, because if he doesn't do that, if he exchanges now this,
Mm-hmm.
this looks good for white.
Queen f8.
You still want
King
to,
f8.
king f8, yeah, but this
I just want
looks
to
very-
understand.
yeah, but it looks very. We have equal material, and the king is almost mated there on.
Almost.
Yes, almost. Yeah, but this looks very dangerous.
It's
to me.
I mean, it is dangerous. I'm not just say that. Could be.
Yeah, but you could.
Queen f2 and queen g2 even.
You could maybe move your. But
Mm.
but. I mean,
Okay, but let's take the other. Okay, take on. Okay.
this move,
Yes, and then
because
you need,
you have to take.
yes, I think so.
Now you have no options, and you take here, and I guess you take the check,
Mm-hmm.
and you take this. But I'm thinking maybe just some simple move like
This can be. Sometimes this is very strong.
because all the white pieces are hanging somehow.
And queen e3.
Queen e3 or
will
something.
come in the next move.
I mean, also you have the bishop coming to a4 if you try some king c2. So you have to make an awkward move here.
No, I certainly prefer white, black in this position.
But it's unclear.
It's
unclear.
of course.
But even if you get your rook up here and the king goes to e7, it's still you only lose a piece, so to speak. So black can continue some attack with the queen and
the bishop.
Yeah, and pick up.
Mm.
So anyway, in the game,
What happened?
he played rook d2,
Mm-hmm.
and Costa went rook g4,
Mm-hmm.
queen d4, rook c8.
Oh, that was strange move. Queen d4. And now you're threatening to play. Do you bishop c5? Huh? And if you take on f6, you take on f4 in the end.
Yeah, I think black has played it smartly because I don't like white's position so much here.
No. He's good.
Yeah.
Costa.
Yeah, he's playing well. He's playing
He
well.
can
Yeah,
play.
He knows how to.
Mm.
But bishop c5, there is of course.
And also now the
F6 hanging.
knight is very bad on f3.
Yeah.
And the bishop on h4 is not doing much, so here you have huge problems, I think, with,
Mhm.
with so I think black has played it well.
Mm-hmm.
Really good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if you have the chance, you can do... I mean, there is even moves like e5 sometimes, you know.
Already it's difficult to find a move for black for white here.
Yeah.
Because this bishop c5, if you move let's say white would play some move like this,
Mm-hmm.
then immediately this is very nasty. Because when you go here, you have this move.
Mm.
Or bishop e3 also.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Okay. I would say advantage black here.
Yes,
So now
black
we
will win,
get to
I believe.
tiger.
The tiger game, yeah, that was interesting because he didn't play our bishop b7, but he played actually, I think he played rook e8, huh?
Yeah, a little bit surprisingly, I would have played bishop b7. I thought that was good.
But his idea is, after rook e8, his idea is that if you play e5, you can play bishop f5 immediately.
Yeah, he did.
So in that sense, you know, I think it was very, very smart.
Maybe.
Now I think it's just winning. Maybe not. I didn't see that move. But black must be very good. So I like rook e8 better than bishop b7 because otherwise you could, you know, the bishop is coming to f5, you know, so it looks good. Because we were looking at bishop b7, e5, and then bishop e4. But now we have a rook extra, if we put this way.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, c4, this kind of stuff, you have...
But then we can take on b4 and even take on c4. What's up there?
You also have knight c2 and take on d4.
Knight c2, queen b2. Take on d4, knight takes.
Pawn take.
But isn't d5
Is there
hanging?
something?
But some of the lines we looked at were completely lost for black, and this looks like white.
For
is
white,
still,
you mean?
Yeah, for white. Here it looks like white is still fighting, right?
Yeah.
Somehow you would like to take with the bishop on d3 and then have some good knight move, but somehow the queen is active on a1 here. Because we were looking at some line where the queen was on b1 and it was just...
So if you take on with the bishop on d3, bishop take and knight f4.
Yeah, something like that. Using this piece is sort of hanging a little bit.
And the bishop b1, it looks a bit strange with the queen on...
Maybe you have to do it. Maybe
yeah,
you have to do
it. Of course, yeah.
But you have knight e2 check at many cases here, but yeah, it's not so clear.
It's actually not so clear.
It's not so clear. So knight d3, and white is still fighting. And
Tiger is thinking.
And they are both running their clocks down.
Yes,
and they have Tiger has a slight time advantage, but it's not much.
But let's put it, what if you play like a5?
Can you take?
What is the move?
Take something.
Yes, but what?
Take on c5.
My idea was that if you take on b4 to take back with a pawn.
Yeah, I don't want to take that, so
yes, of
I'm
course.
thinking about this perhaps.
And now take on d3 and take on
with the
bishop, I thought.
And then take on e5.
Yeah, that was right. But actually, maybe you can just take it. Actually.
No, also there is this move.
It's not so clear.
It's not clear. Very interesting.
Yes.
Okay, should we
let's
jump to the junior championship?
Please.
Oh,
there's a lot of things happened here.
Here we have to.
Yeah,
go
this
back.
is now it's. Okay. Here we said that after c5 it was clearly better for white, but let's see.
Let's see.
Happens.
B3, C6, C5.
Mm-hmm.
Take, rook takes. Yeah, so he went for the exchange. And we saw this type of position and we thought that this should be quite good for white.
Mm-hmm.
But his next move, I would say, is slightly dubious. He played h4 here.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that, I think, is when you have a situation with major pieces like rooks and queens on the board, you need to be careful with your king position.
Why not a4?
Yeah, something else. I just want to...
I mean, a4 and queen c4 or something like that is, for me, very normal, you know.
Right. So I don't like this h4.
Mm-hmm.
I think... I understand what he wants to do. He wants to, press on all sides and, crush black. But the problem is that he actually weakens his king a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
So in the game there was rook c8, queen d2, b5, and black...
But that was strange, also queen d2 in one sense, wasn't it?
Yeah, but what do you do?
No, I say I believe a4 is for me the normal move.
But
because if you can hardly play c4, you take, and then rook d8.
No, you're not going to do that.
At least I think this is dangerous. Maybe f6, but...
Yeah, he allowed b5 because of the queen d2, b5.
Because my idea was that if you play a4, or instead of queen c2, for example, if you play a4, then if a6 comes, you probably play a5.
Right, right. Yeah, I agree with you. I think queen d2 looks like it's unclear what the idea is.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happened in the game. We had queen d2, b5, and now he's played king h2. Also a little bit unclear. What's he doing there?
It's very strange, actually.
Yeah,
I believe.
and
maybe a6,
c4.
Okay, he just went for it.
Take.
Mm-hmm.
And now he cannot take on a7 because queen c7 wins the bishop.
Yes.
So he has already... the king is already exposed, and he has done it himself by playing...
Very strange play.
Queen c3,
Mm-hmm.
queen c7.
Mm-hmm.
Now he walks
Mm-hmm.
queen b7.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And again he checks. Bishop d6, check.
But black is taking over this game, Also because of this weakness on h4. What has he done?
Yeah, this is just strange. Here now he exchanges, plays very concretely with the pawn, and of course he's better here. This looks almost winning for black, I think. What do you think? It's not winning.
I'm not sure it's so easy, but
no. But white has two weaknesses. He has weakened his king, and he has allowed pass pawn to
here
c3.
You have maybe a good move. Queen e3, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because you can actually continue your attack by moving the rook up, and in the right moment you can push.
Exactly. But also queen f4 is nasty. Might be nasty, because then the king needs to go up. What a misplayed it, Khan. That was not impressive.
Not impressive at all. I think it started. I don't know where it started exactly.
It started with after, when he played b3 c5.
I think h4 is
a very strange move.
I would play, as you said, you
that.
play a4, maybe a5. Put the queen here on c4.
Exactly, and then you build.
And then you build, and don't weaken your king.
Yeah, you have like moves like rook f5 and so on.
So after h4, and here. Again, a4 is much better, but here suddenly everything.
But the thing is also, it's no difficult moves for black really. He just played very reasonable, simple moves, and
and he gets all these tempi on the king. Yeah. He played queen e3.
Good.
No, did he? No, he didn't.
he didn't.
That
Okay.
was the analysis. But I think he will.
Okay. Should we? What do you say? Should we take a look at any of the others?
Well, we have this game.
Yeah.
We have to see it since we're sort of following this story here.
It's a strange
So it was
position here.
queen h3,
Mm-hmm.
e5, bishop g5,
Mm-hmm.
takes.
Okay. That was a little bit cool, at least.
I think the idea is to, after d takes e4, maybe rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he took on e7, take on f3,
Mm-hmm.
queen e6, king h8, bishop h3, knight f6, okay. He's taking everything. Yeah, this is winning for white, right?
You know,
He has an exchange.
mm-hmm. Question is, can you take on e5 or not?
Well, what about rook e8?
What about knight d6?
Instead? This is better, I think.
In this position?
Well, you have one move, I think.
Knight d4. Knight d4 I
With
think is
this.
better.
Maybe knight d4 is even better.
But I don't know. Because take on e5. Question is what is happening. Yeah, this is winning for white. This is just
Yeah,
simply
I think
yeah,
this is
it's
winning.
just winning for white.
This is winning, probably.
Because also if you take knight d6, if you play knight d8, I take on e5. And
Same
it's-
thing. Yeah, it's just bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back and start off
Mm-hmm.
with the. Okay, so here things have happened.
Here things has happened for sure, and it was not what expected.
So
He
he
took-
takes d4,
mhm,
knight takes,
mhm,
queen
mhm.
takes, and he played queen d2.
He didn't take on f6. Very strange. Very strange.
And now he played bishop e6.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes, and now they took rook e1.
Why did he take on d6? Take on now. Continue. Take on f6, and now take on d6. What is happening then?
Yeah, let's look at it. But there is rook d8 and queen takes b1.
But it's check on g3.
That's true, but maybe it
But
was a
queen c2 is very nasty, maybe, you know. So I agree.
Do you want to do this first? No, then, yeah, maybe you want to do maybe this move, yeah?
Mhm. Could be actually.
Then you have to play something
Queen
like
a3.
queen here.
But now it's actually dangerous, huh? I believe.
Well, black has a
Knight f4. And
yeah, it's dangerous.
Okay, so.
So in the game there was
But that was strange. That it did. I think Queen d2 was strange because the other version was, you know, simply better, you know. But okay.
So this is the position now. So black has a pawn.
Mm. Yes, you know, it's interesting because this Cislak is
He's hard
taking his
tough
chances. Yeah, yeah.
So probably you have to do something with the bishop here, right?
Mm.
You wanna play the bishop here, and you want to
Of course.
try to mate here. But
I mean, knight c5, for example, and knight e4
yeah,
must be okay.
but you could also just move the rook out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you move the rook somewhere, because there's no
Mhm.
mating threat now.
King f8.
You could
My
even
favorite,
you could even
maybe.
play this move. Because
Mm.
okay, you can chase the pawn here, but now you could
h5.
even play this move if you want to.
Mhm.
And it's not so clear what you're doing here.
You can
Maybe
check on h8.
Yeah. And then
And
you
take
you
on
lose the
h5.
pawn. Yeah,
No,
yes.
so okay.
Sorry, so that's not possible. Okay, so maybe in this position you
There's a
have to.
little bit dangerous.
Yeah, maybe you can play something like this, but
Mm.
it's not so nice, of
Or
course.
knight f8.
Also knight f8. but that's also not so nice maybe to go down there. But maybe it's okay.
But it's okay, maybe.
Yeah. I think this position should be. Oh, he played f5 in this position.
Yeah, maybe that's good actually. Bishop b1, you go for knight g7.
I don't think White has played this the right way.
No. That's why I said queen d2 was very strange.
Yeah.
He should go for this endgame where he's slightly better, even though he's a pawn down, I think.
Well, but I think he overestimated the double pawn. You know, he thought he would have such a great game. So queen e3, e takes d4 here. Here I think he had to take on f6 and play this ending. I thought that was the best.
For sure.
Instead he went for this. And suddenly his bishop is not so strong anymore. And what you're saying is that this move, you can just play here. But how is this?
At least black is not worse. I believe.
Yeah, because the bishop is actually not very good. Okay, so I think we will leave it. He has actually played bishop b1 in this position already.
But okay, maybe you can you play something else
here for black?
Yeah, knight c5, for example.
No, he played knight g7.
Okay, because knight c5. Take on f5, take, and take on a4.
Yeah, it would have been a possibility, but he didn't.
Because you're actually threatening to do it immediately, to take on a4.
It's true. Maybe that was an interesting alternative.
Because also you otherwise maybe you can put it on e4, you know, also the knight.
This looks quite good actually.
Yes.
But this might be good too, because
I think black is the one in black is better in the position, you know, even though it's could be. I think so.
Okay, I think we're going to the next game, so we get as much action as possible here. We've had a lot of exchanges, so let's see what happened. So there was
f4.
There was this take on f4, g takes. He exchanged. And he went for d5.
Yes.
And we have
your favorite.
Everything. Well, it's not maybe your favorite.
Well, okay,
but I have actually played
this type of
this type of position.
Okay, queen
it's not winning or anything, but you have a slight.
But queen
slight
c4
pressure.
is probably a good move.
Yeah, it's probably a good move.
Should be a draw, I think. Shouldn't it?
Well, you know, king f6, h6, maybe g5 at some point.
Yeah, maybe king e2. No, I agree. It's easier to play. Black.
Black has this extremely solid queen side here, pressing these pawns. But he still has no time. I mean, he has. But on the other hand, it's not so difficult to play moves here. It's easy to play. So he will make his 7 moves to move 40, and then he will take a long
king
think.
f3 now.
King f3. Maybe you play.
Threatening to play. I don't know.
Do you really play
e4?
Yeah, you threaten e4. Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But rook d4 in that case.
E4 does not solve all the problems.
No, I agree. So it's not clear.
Yeah. So you can
maybe
work on this.
Should you play h4 to hold down?
That might be a good move at some point.
Just because then
I think White should make a draw here, but if anyone wins this, it should be black. I think.
Absolutely.
So let's go to the next. We go to the German encounter here, and things have happened.
Yes.
Black is a pawn up now. Let's see where we were.
Yep.
I think we were here.
Yes, good. Rook c8.
Rook c8 came, yeah. Rook g1.
We had hard to find any moves, but that was actually a move.
Yeah, but now he had e5.
Yes.
Utilizing this pin on the
and
the
if you
here.
take on d5?
Yeah.
Wait. What about bishop c5 instead?
But if you take there, you can take and you
I see.
check. You see, you have this thing here going. winning a piece, yeah.
I
Or
see.
also winning the queen.
I prefer the queen.
Yeah.
Okay,
Why
so
not?
good. I see. That
so
was
queen
nice.
queen e3, d4,
Mm-hmm.
queen e1, bishop e6.
Queen d5 coming.
Yeah. So he sacrificed the pawn. So now he's in desperation mode, right?
Mm.
And then he played this. But black is in, yeah. Queen d5.
But take on g4.
Take.
Take. Or bishop. Is that possible? Check.
And queen b1.
Queen b1. And no.
And it doesn't work, right?
No, that's right. So.
So he played queen d5.
But
take.
Wasn't take back.
Take back.
Take and queen take f3.
Queen takes f3.
And check.
Check.
And
let's go up.
yeah, but then.
Yeah, you can take.
Mm-hmm.
King takes.
And take on a5.
Ah, you have this one.
And we have a long queen ending.
This
For
is not a
Costa.
queen ending. This is a queen and bishop ending.
It's true, but black should be.
But I think this is a success for white.
Yeah, maybe actually.
I don't know. Well, you could take this, I guess. Maybe it's not such
That was the point, of course.
Maybe it's. But the question is maybe if there is some
checks.
Checks. You can start with this one, for instance. And let's say we go somewhere here.
Mm-hmm. Check.
And we have to check here, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then the king has to. Yeah, it's not so clear, right?
Queen b8.
Maybe queen b8.
King e6.
Maybe you can check on the diagonals.
Yes, and you go up
And
and
then
you check. Yeah.
And that now this is a bad move.
Yes, I
Because
agree.
for many reasons you can take the bishop, but better is to take the queen.
To take the queen. So go back.
So it's not so clear.
Mm-hmm.
So white took on g4. Is it possible that he has miscalculated here, Costa? He didn't have to do this.
But he could also take on g4. Rook take, queen take.
Maybe bishop
Check,
f8.
and bishop f8. And then this was what I was thinking.
Yeah,
but
probably
queen take a5 again.
Yeah, you have to go for something.
Mm-hmm. And now it's you check on b5 and check if you take on d3. You have a check on you have
A4.
on b5.
No, not on b5 if you take on d3. But queen,
No, queen a4.
Queen
I mean.
a4, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
At least it's a bit annoying.
Yeah. Maybe he has made some really long calculation here. We saw yesterday he was quite good in these types of positions. He likes to play with the
Slightly
queens.
better, but go back. I'm just afraid that we missed something.
Yeah. Okay, this is the position right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, can black... Is
Do
there a
something.
knockout somewhere?
But it's a rook down now, so you better find something quickly. Huh?
Yeah.
But he will take on g4, I'm sure.
Maybe not. Why not keep the bishop? Can we play this move with the idea of going back and
Okay,
mate?
check.
You take the check,
Mm-hmm.
and now let's say we go here.
Maybe I even take on
f6. Yeah, now you can take
F6.
here, and suddenly,
Yeah.
yeah, this doesn't work.
no.
So maybe instead, yeah, probably you have to take, right? Because we have already decided that this was not so nice.
Here.
Yeah, now we play.
Take on g8 and take on f3.
Yeah.
But it's not that. I mean, still white shouldn't white be happy for this?
Yes, because
Rook a8 or something like that. Or rook queen c1 maybe. Is it
yeah,
dangerous?
I'm looking for c8 here somehow. Yeah, no, this is not possible. No, I think he has made a miscalculation here. Actually.
Yeah. So he's thinking now.
Because he's thinking. I believe he had some ideas that he was going to win with some bishop e6 maybe, and now he realizes it doesn't work. And he will finally come to the conclusion that he has to take the rook, and the rook takes.
You can actually take on e5 as well.
Yeah. So let's see.
After taking here, bishop take, bishop take, and take on e5. Is that possible?
Maybe now bishop e6.
But then bishop knight c4.
Yeah, but then it's a game maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not. This queen b1 move is very irritating.
But of course, it's better to play the other way, I guess, with white. But I was just thinking that
yeah,
it
but
could
knight
be.
takes e5 interesting. Well, what happens here if you
Then you take on g4.
And now if we take, so then you can take. You cannot take with the queen. You have to take with the rook. Yeah. So this position.
What is this like? It's 4 against 4.
Mm-hmm.
And it's strange position. And white should be very happy, I think.
Yeah.
If there is not.
But now we have a sort of stable position, at least temporarily, and black is very centralized. Could this possibly be better for white? Or for black, I mean?
Maybe. Yeah.
No, I think Costa, let's see what he did here. There was f5, take, and this. He didn't have to.
No. This was
queen d5. Stupid. Why did?
I mean, you take on g2 and take on d3. Take
or,
on d3 here.
Or why not do this now?
Check, and king c8. Yeah. And now you take on e5.
Can we do this?
Take on e7. You know what move will come? Queen b1.
Yeah. So what's happening?
No, I
don't know. So now we run the f pawn.
Maybe you play queen b3.
Yeah, maybe something like this.
And then
anyway, this looks much
better. Yes.
Just exchange.
Yeah.
And do something here. I
yes.
mean, this looks much
much better.
This was a nice trick,
but I don't think it works anyway. So
I'm not sure about it. It looks.
It works, but after just take back.
Yeah.
With a pawn and play bishop e6.
Can you run?
Run, Forest. Maybe king d7 simply.
And
queen f6. Bishop f6 might be okay. Okay,
but
check.
Let's give it check, and this check wins.
It does.
Yeah, it's mate. Okay, I think that was a bad miscalculation.
Yes, and look at the time. He's thinking now a lot.
Yeah,
he's realized that he has done something stupid here.
Yeah. This was much better. And yes. You had this suggestion of playing this move. I don't know if this is so good because there is a check here. I don't know. Here and maybe now we can take here. I don't know about this.
Me neither.
But I think what we just looked at.
We have some comments.
Yeah, after knight takes e5, bishop e6.
Yeah, that's good.
That could happen in many lines, but I think the main reason why we didn't like it so much was knight c4, right?
Yeah, but it's okay.
But like here.
This is the game, huh?
Well, this is the game.
Yeah, but he needs to.
Yeah. This was the line, right? But there are these bishop e6 moves. but the problem was knight c4, right?
Mm.
So I don't know exactly which situation chat is talking about.
It was bishop e6 in this position, was it? And then check.
Yeah, but then
King, queen b1.
Then this was.
And then take, and queen take. No, I think you should take on g8 first.
Yeah.
It was this position. Take on f3. What is this? And then we had queen c1. That was the bad stuff. Huh? So now, even though I mean queen b7, and it's still not clear, of course, but you have really played it, with black.
So I think we will leave it.
Yes.
Okay, he took on f3 here. So there was he took on g4 and took on f3, and it's white to move.
I think white will find rook g8. Huh?
Yeah.
Or should you play rook g3? Just to make. Is that stronger?
I don't know.
Maybe queen f4.
But there is still the check.
But then bishop f8.
Yeah.
And you're threatening both rook c1 and so on. So you will play a check.
But then we can always go. I mean, we can always play this.
Bishop f8.
And now we could perhaps do this.
And take the bishop on that. No, I cannot take the
this
bishop.
is protected.
Okay.
But here black has a pawn.
Exactly. So this still was better. I think this is better for.
Okay. Rook g8 has been played. This is the position now.
King d7, take, and queen take a5.
Yeah.
This will be play now.
Yeah, probably. King d7 or bishop f8, but.
But bishop f8, bishop. What can you do then? Bishop f8, is it better?
No, but then his queen takes a5 again. I mean, we've talked about that.
And there is nothing then.
Well, queen takes. We can check that.
Mm-hmm.
What we said was that probably you take here, and if takes, we have this check. That was the idea. But maybe this is not so clear. I don't know. You have to go here, right? And maybe now you can give another check somewhere.
Yes, please. On a7.
Or maybe here.
Well, that's maybe strong, even winning.
Because f8 is hanging, right?
Okay, no, this will not happen. He will play king d7.
But I think we will leave this game. And
yes, please. Go back to the
jump.
top boards, I think.
So here we have tiger.
Okay, let's see tiger then.
Things have happened.
Yeah. So as always with tiger games.
e5 was played. Bishop f5, queen a1, knight d3.
And here we said what is happening.
Well, he took with the bishop.
He took like we.
And knight f4. We looked at this.
Yes.
And he didn't play bishop b1. He played bishop e4, d5, and he took on c5.
Oh, interesting. That looks dangerous somehow, but
queen c8.
Okay.
And of course, there is a queen g4 coming. So
but this was a big mistake, I think.
Yeah. So 92. And
what? Then you take on e4. You can do now and win a piece. Is that correct?
Yeah. But he didn't do that. He played knight c6. What's the problem here? What happens if we take this?
Knight take. I'm threatening to play knight f6.
Yeah, he's afraid of that. Yeah. So you have 2 pawns for the piece. And
he's threatening. What about queen c6?
It's a logical move.
Is it f3? But then, if you move up your...
Well, this should be winning, I think.
Yeah, I think this is winning as well.
But I think what he played was okay. Knight c6 he played. And now g3. I don't know if this probably you just take on e5, something like this. Yeah, okay. So g3 and then knight h3, king g2.
Are you going to take it?
He didn't take the bishop, he took here. And white played f4. Now we can take with the rook, I guess. Who took? He took with the pawn, yeah?
No, but what is happening here? What is Tiger doing here? Because now he can take a rook.
Yeah, but there's e3, e2, always. I mean, you can just play here. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, but you know, it will not be...
It's not so clear. Maybe white gets a devastating attack on the diagonal. With
knight e4 and knight d6 and... No, I don't understand chess.
Well, this has been played, and now knight g5. Attack on h3. It's the interesting play here.
He's got 149 against, and they have 12 moves left, huh?
So obviously the time here is a very important factor.
But right now, actually white is...
An exchange up.
Exchange up. This is... I don't know. This is strange.
Let's go to the...
Okay. Yeah, we have this game.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Let's go back a few moves here. We had c3, rook c1. And he didn't play queen e3, your suggestion. I liked that move a lot. With the idea of, you know, combining these attacks. He played a5, which is probably okay. King h3, queen c6, rook d1, a4, rook b1, a3.
Okay, wants to...
Queen b3, queen d7, king h2. This is the position. Well, now you could play c2 if you want to. But is that good?
Yeah, well, I'm not...
Let's look at it. Here and this.
Next move, you... Okay.
I'm also... why did he want to have the...
I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure it's so good, but...
No, I'm not so convinced, because I think you have a problem because you need to defend it.
Could be that you want to put your queen on b2. You know, the pawn on c2 and then play... But that is not so easy to create, you know.
Maybe you could... Can you start with some queen move here? Some move like this.
Rook c1. Queen d3, I don't understand.
No, the idea would be to somehow...
No, I prefer to play... I have one idea here. What about queen d6 check? Like this?
And then he will go here.
Can you play...
But then you
what about, yeah, exactly. What about the rook ending? What is that
now
like?
you can do this.
Yeah, what is this like? If you play like... Because you will play c2, f4, king e6...
But I think this is the case of all rook endings are drawn.
Aha, okay.
Oh, Bassam is here. Do you want to show your game? Sure. So we... Please. So, you won the game, congratulations.
Thank you.
So was it a tough game?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Yeah, you can show the game. We have looked at it, but we haven't seen the finish.
Almost the finish.
Yeah. Okay, like preparing to the game, he like in the database, most of his games started with d5.
Right.
And then knight f6 happened, and so it was clearly like he prepared this. Okay,
right.
I already have so many games here. So usually I had many games with this setup already. And like here, a couple of times I tried knight d4.
Okay.
Which is like, I know it's not the best move, but it's quite tricky. The point if he plays like a6 to protect the pawn, and then knight b3 comes. And now knight a5 is a threat, also e5 is a threat. So, okay, like in Blades or Rapid games, it's very, very good trick.
Yeah.
But okay, I thought, okay, like he must have prepared it, so I tried to play something
So
different.
after knight d4, which is the best move?
I don't remember actually, but
Okay.
I'm sure he analyzed it.
Okay.
So I thought, okay, let's play something different. I played a4.
Yeah.
Okay, it's typical move.
Mm-hmm.
b4. Okay, maybe he can play also a6 here. But okay, b4 should be also okay. And yeah, I still wanted to make something like to make sure he's out of his preparation, so I played this knight fd2.
Yeah, we thought that looked. It's a tricky move, of course. You have a threat, and that's nice.
No, actually I don't, because now e5 he has knight d5.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not even threatening this, but
So, but you want to force, or you want to entice him to move his pawns, right? So you get some squares for your knight.
okay. I mean, I can also play f4 or d4 depending. So yeah, it's tricky move, and okay, like this c4 and or b3, I can always have my knights on those squares, so it's not so bad.
No.
And then okay, knight fd7. He just wanted to move away from any e5 threats. And a5 I thought was nice because okay, if he plays a5 himself, then even my knight on c4 could be like challenged to his knight b6. So.
Yeah,
And also I have a6 tricks like anytime, so it's typical move. c5, knight c4, and now again some e5 ideas are in the air, but okay, after castling. Yeah, I don't know, here I played bishop f4, which seemed like nice move. I don't know if it's good or not, because of course I wanted him to play e5. And then, okay, I get like this squares, it's very good, and I can develop my knight here, play f4, and okay, his only good square, I can play c3.
Right.
So this seemed very good for me. Okay, at least I thought. But then, okay, he had queen c7. And then I played this queen h5, which I think is maybe unnecessary, because okay, I thought he wanted to play knight e5, but maybe it's not so good. I think I can play like this.
Yeah.
And if knight e5, I can, I don't know, maybe take and play f4 and take back, and then e5. And then the two knights will be very strong, and he always has this.
Yeah, we were quite surprised when you played queen h5.
Yeah, I think I also saw some trick, but of course it's actually bad. Yeah, queen h5 is dubious. I knew once I played.
Well, dubious, I don't know. We were not analyzing with the computer.
I didn't also check with computer, but
no,
that's how I felt.
we only thought that the natural move is knight bd2.
Exactly, yeah.
And then you play, but queen h5, we weren't sure, but we thought perhaps you wanted somehow to control the e5.
Yeah, like in this position, I spent so much time.
And also we thought, well, you want to sort of have, at least give him the feeling that maybe you're going for an attack.
Yeah.
And, well, you were going for an attack a little bit, right?
Okay, there's no clear way to attack, but
no.
Hopefully one day, if I get the chance.
One day, yeah. Okay. So interesting, but we also thought perhaps you wanted to target c5 at some point, maybe.
Yeah, so this was the trick I saw. Like here, if he plays this, I can take, but actually it's losing, yeah, because he has e5.
Yeah, we looked at this. We saw that was bad.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's why, okay, before playing knight f3, I thought he has... so f5 is good or what? No, it's dubious, yeah. Yes. So knight f6 is mainly the move I considered. I have to go here and then e5.
Yeah, we looked at this.
Bishop g5, bishop c8, queen h4. And here, okay, maybe not h6. I thought he can start with this to control, because I always have this, like knight b6, knight d5.
We thought maybe he could play something like this and it would be okay at least.
I thought he should be fine here. I mean, I didn't see how I should be better, but okay, like maybe bishop h3 at some point.
The game goes on, so to speak.
Yeah,
but your queen is
misplaced in a way.
In a way, it's good because you can attack maybe, but it's also
it's also far awkward. Like if his knight gets to d4, it could be a bit annoying.
Yeah. It's a very you take on some responsibility with this.
Yeah, but he spent some time and played the 5.
Yeah, we thought maybe knight g5 here. I
almost played knight g5 actually.
Yeah. But I think it's not so good, right? Knight d5.
No, I didn't see. Yeah, I thought this knight e5, but I thought I should be okay, but not so clear also. Like
Yeah, no, but
how to continue.
actually, I think queen h3 was best move.
I would be happy if it's the best move. Okay, but yeah, once I started calculating, because I didn't see a clear like move for him here. Like e5, I thought like what happens in the game. Bishop g5, I thought he will have many troubles to solve.
As soon as he plays e5, then
Yeah.
all the white squares are very weak.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
But I think queen h3 is good because you target e6, so he cannot.
Yeah, so I want like if I think if he plays like this, I can take, and if take already rook e1, and it's not easy to protect this pawn.
Right.
Because if the bishop goes, okay, I can still take on e6 or even take on f5 and e8,
Yeah.
and yeah, there's no way to protect it. I think
Yeah.
now.
And
So
his bishop on b7 is not doing anything.
yeah, it's always
That's a
far
problem.
away.
Yeah. So,
So
queen h3
yeah,
was
he went e5,
very
bishop
surprising.
g5, take. Yeah, and here I spent. Oh, bishop e7 is bad. Ooh, what? Oh my god. So what did I miss? This is okay. Rook f7 he had to play, huh?
Yeah, we did. I don't think we analyzed this very much.
But I thought I will take here, and what did I miss? Because okay, I thought if like this I take and then okay something here, but no, here I have this, so he has to take the bishop first probably, and then I take, go, and now he has this, but
Knight d4.
yeah, but if I take the bishop, he takes back, rook here, maybe knight f6. Yeah, it's quite deep, yeah.
Extremely complicated position. I mean, very difficult to play, right?
Yeah, that's maybe. Then it was better to start with this. Yeah, I mean, I was not sure which move to start with, but yeah. I took on e7 first, yeah. Yeah, because now if he plays this, at least I can take back now.
Yeah.
But then knight f8.
But then you can move your queen
No.
back.
Yeah, but it's not what I was hoping for. I could also take here. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time here, but
Can he take on f3 or something? Is that no? We cannot. Then
no.
you take.
I can always take.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. No, this,
Yeah, and also like we briefly discussed this because here it's not easy to take back.
Mhm.
Because okay, if you take with the bishop, I have
Mhm,
check and take,
mhm.
and if you take with rook, I have knight b6, and then
Right. Yeah.
I win exchange. So
So d takes e4, but you went for the most
Yeah.
complicated line,
yeah, it's
and that was a mistake. King h. Rook f7 is.
yeah, but I mean rook f7, it's
difficult, yeah.
yeah. I mean allowing knight d6 looks scary,
Yeah.
but also like here I can take like this or no. So he takes, probably take, I don't know if take with king or with rook, whatever. How is he defending this? Knight d4 is mate, yes? Knight,
Yeah.
where is the defense?
But maybe you can play something like
Like g6, h5 or something?
h6. I don't know.
Ouch.
a5.
Okay, at least I have a draw, so but
Yes.
or no. So like h6, yeah? I don't see what else. H6. And no draw. And I'm piece down already. Okay. Wow. Just h6.
Yeah.
Yeah, chess is difficult.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but it looks very scary. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, to find all these things, and it's very difficult defense. I mean, this is computer chess. We cannot.
Was this the game?
Yeah, king h8 happened in the game.
So that was the
Yeah, rook f7 was better, but
Yeah. And bishop h3.
and now suddenly it's just lost, right?
Yeah, I didn't see.
Yeah. Knight f6 was not the best either.
Yeah, but I think it's knight e5 was bad. Yeah, problem here. Okay, like I had knight d6, I had knight e5, I had c3. These were my three main moves. Also queen d6, but
What did you do here?
I took on e5.
Uh-huh.
Okay, maybe c3
We thought
was.
we saw this and we thought you would play knight d6.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, because I saw this like. Yeah, now okay. If this again, I had. What did I see? Yeah, like queen f7. I always have. Was my point. Also, I could include like this checks first. And now queen f7, because now he cannot go like to b8 or c8 and like to b8. Actually, he still can, but. Okay, I mean the bishop here is good because now knight e2 I always have king h1, but the knight on e2 is a bit annoying because it's blocking the rooks, so it will need some work to do. But here, yeah, the point was actually to play knight f5 and exchange this annoying knight.
Right. Maybe you can check and play queen.
But
now then the bishop
okay, I mean he was also like 1 minute, so he was down on time here.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to play the position. Yeah, here. Yeah, queen b6, queen d4, rook e1. Yeah, I mean knight g4 was just a final blunder. Just losing on the spot. So. Yeah, and if he goes, I have queen e6 to prevent queen
An
h3.
extremely complex game.
Yeah. Yeah, here I thought he can play h5 and...
Play on?
Yeah, I mean, I still have to prove it. Maybe he gets... I mean, my queen is still quite far. He doesn't really have direct threats.
But he has some sort of control in the position. Yeah,
it's. I mean, I could play like rook e3 and then some knight d5 could happen. Right. Stuff like that.
Okay.
But, yeah.
That was a fascinating game.
Not really now that we see.
It's still fascinating. No, but I mean, you play very concretely all the time. You play knight, queen h5, and you go into all these complicated. Most people would say, "Oh, it looks too complicated," and avoid it. But you just head right into it, and then you win. I mean, it wasn't easy for him to play. I mean, it was a terrible to find rook f7. I mean, it's almost impossible. So congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
And you're on the way back up.
Yes,
you had a nice
chance. Still long way to go back.
You could have almost won the game, right, against Falkevall.
Yeah, I mean this was very unpleasant. No, the point is like when I played queen f6, I saw like if he plays rook f1, I will take on a2. This was my plan.
Okay, and
then when he played, okay, like I saw his only move to play this queen g6 and go for this endgame, which I know is better for me.
Right.
But then okay, he was down on time, and I thought okay, maybe like complicate it more for him and play rook b8. And but it was just very bad, choice because okay, bishop c4 is only move.
Yeah.
And I thought okay, I would play queen d4, of course. Yeah. But then when I started calculating and I saw he just take knight f5.
Right.
And I couldn't believe that like all the checks like with knight a2 and rook b2 and nothing is working, and then I'm just dead lost. And that's why I couldn't. Okay, I played this e2, which was like even worse. Yeah, but it's just a pity. Yeah.
But you will be back, and you showed today. You won a complicated game again, and so very good.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. See you. Bye. Okay, Jesper, do you want to rejoin?
Sure.
Okay. So let's see what we have here.
Yes.
So
I've been spying.
You've been
outside.
spying, yeah? Okay, so you know a little bit.
I know a little bit. So look at this. Our Polish friend is fighting
Now he's fighting for his survival.
for his win.
Who is? Yeah. The
Yes.
I'm mixing up the countries. Yeah.
Yes,
The Grandmaster is down against the FIDE Master.
that's
could say.
right.
So
The young guy, you know.
So let's see
I
what
try to
happens.
make him 12 all the time, but he's actually 14.
Okay, but that's
Yes.
still quite young.
Yeah.
You don't have to be 12. F5, Bishop
Mhm.
B1 was played, Knight G7, as we said.
Mhm.
Queen D2,
Mm-hmm.
Rook E8.
Mm-hmm.
Nice trick if you exchange rooks.
And takes on H6. You have a check on D1.
Yeah, there is this check at the end
Mm-hmm.
after the exchanges, winning the bishop. So
Mhm.
you have to put the bishop here. And suddenly black has a brilliant position, right?
Yep.
So we played Queen E5, but F4.
Mm-hmm.
Who's attacking now?
That's a good question.
Yeah, bishop
Bishop.
F5, Queen
Mhm.
G7. King F8, okay. So,
He's ready for draw? Or?
no.
No, he took. Mm-hmm.
That's also some strength.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you play one of the best players in the tournament, highest rated, and you avoid the draw.
What about take on E6 now?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay, he did, okay.
The problem, of course, is then you have the
Yes, I saw that.
swish
But I thought King F1.
King F1, yeah.
Take. And take.
Now we threaten.
Ah, nice
mate.
trick. I didn't see that move. That was a
Yeah.
nice move. Because now you will take the H4 pawn with the check, huh?
Yeah, you take this.
Mm.
So this is the position,
Mm.
and we're not going to analyze this.
No.
We had our fill of queen endings yesterday.
But you could say that there's no doubt now that it's black is better. Could, for example, play queen to D8, you know, and then start to run with the H pawn, for example, just to cover up both pawns, you know. So yeah.
What white has going for him is, of course, the fact that the black king does not have a safe place
Shelter.
at this
Mm.
point, and
That's
the white queen is quite active,
Mm.
and it's not clear that you can play queen d8 and run with the pawn because the king can stop it,
Mm.
so it's not so easy.
Mm.
But we'll see what happens.
Mm.
We know that anything can happen in a game like this.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, so queen e5 he played, but we'll go to the next.
Mm.
This game ended in a draw.
Mm-hmm.
They just, I think, the time,
Yeah, most likely.
because they only played from the position. I think we saw this position,
Mm.
and there was just
A repetition of moves.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So- okay. Then we have Costa.
Yes, here we have something happen. He seems to be winning it from my eyes.
Yeah. So
Let's see.
So-
we had this.
so
It was still. We thought it was going to be a draw. Take.
king e7.
Mm-hmm. And take on A5.
No, he didn't. He didn't take on a5.
But why didn't? How can he avoid taking on A5? But let's take a look at this again. Take on A5. Take on D3 because it must be that one.
Yeah, but maybe we shouldn't.
No, okay, we shouldn't.
I would take, but maybe there might be something here. But I mean, because to me it's quite obvious that if you play a move like this,
No,
you're most likely going to lose the game.
you are going to lose the game, of course.
So what happened was king up.
Of course. Or not, of course. Then you could have taken again.
Yeah, he should have taken. He probably should have. But look at the times.
Okay,
He's below 1 minute,
I see. Okay, so
and he just doesn't have the, you know. Of course, this is very
Mhm.
important. You can keep
Mhm.
this. King b1, f5, and now
but now it's just.
it's control.
Oh, he loves this queen end games up. Mm-hmm. Now he tries something.
But you don't have to analyze this.
Nope.
This is completely lost,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just a matter of time.
Yep.
So then we go to Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Yeah. Look at this.
That's what happens if you don't take your
So you're a
opponent's
piece,
pieces.
you're a piece up. It was a piece up, huh?
He could have taken a piece.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's just recap here.
What happened?
I mean, what was this? I think still that maybe the bishop b7 was a better choice, but it's not important. Anyway, we had this thing here.
So far,
now,
so good.
And now you could take on e4.
Yeah.
But he played this move. That was perhaps okay, but
now it starts to be. And again, he could take.
He could take, but he does not want to allow the knight to f6.
No.
Rook takes f4, and now.
This is so strange.
And this knight g5, knight rook f4. Yes.
That's a good move.
e3. Yeah, because he goes out of the fork also. Knight e4. Yeah, and you know now he has 35 seconds for 10 moves, which is not a good thing.
Oh.
And now everything is gone already. There's nothing left of the.
Take on
advantage.
e5, but nothing.
But look at this.
Yeah, what have you done? Yeah, now he's. Oh my God, Tiger! What have you done?
Yeah, and here we are. Well, of course, there is still a chance for a draw for black, but I would say
it is hard.
It's very difficult.
It depends on also if you lose his pawn immediately, of course.
Yeah, white can play knight c5 or knight c7. He plays knight c5, okay.
It might be good actually, because then after he will then play a4, I think.
Yeah,
and he's covered up, and then he can start to do something. But
I still say I think it will be a draw.
Yeah,
that is my guess. So let's go see this game.
Yeah, here actually I like this move g5 here. Let's take a look at this one, because we saw this.
We had a3, queen b3, queen d7, king h2, queen d6, king h3.
No,
and now he plays
I
g5.
like this move because if you take back, then you are threatening to play king g7, and then go for a check. You know. So I think this was a really good move, g5.
I like it.
Because it's classical rule that if you have one advantage, you should try to get one more on the other side, because then the opponent will not cope with.
Yeah, I would say the advantage is already there, but you need to push that advantage.
Yeah,
and that's what it's doing.
Exactly.
But this.
But I like this idea, of creating a mating net combined with a pawn. So.
Because then he can just sacrifice the queenside pawns and he mates.
Yes.
As soon as I think this is completely lost for white. That's my impression.
Now it's starting to do, I thought also this. I was thinking about this, because now, c2 is...
Could come at some point, Looks very nice. Yeah. So
or here maybe you even take on h4.
Yeah. Because then you force the king back. Because you have a mate on g3.
Exactly.
This looks... I don't see any big problem. Why not?
There is no big problem. This is simply good. Black is completely winning now, I think.
Yeah. No, I think Khan was too complacent. He thought that his position was so strong he could play h4 and things like that.
Could play whatsoever.
But it was very, very dangerous. And when things started to go wrong, it's not playable anymore. I mean, this is okay. So let's jump back and see what happens here. So we have this game. Yeah. We have nothing much has happened here, we can say. So we.
But actually, what about can he take the a5 pawn now? He will check in the next move, and then take the pawn. Yeah,
but isn't black?
What can black do?
Well,
that's why I said queen d8. Check on e6. On b6.
And we go forward.
Yeah, and take.
And then we rush.
Yeah, but check.
Where?
On d8.
Okay.
and then run with your pawn.
Yeah, maybe.
Should be. I think this should be a draw now.
But black is still getting the queen first, right? If you just push. Maybe you can play queen g8 because of the queen
queen
g5.
g8. Yes. Queen
Then
g8.
it's a draw, of course. Yeah, queen g8 is strong because queen g5 will take.
And king f3 or something like that. Or what?
Hampus.
Hallå Hampus. Vann du?
Ja.
Vill du visa?
I think you will do this interview.
Okay.
So you can take my place.
So Hampus, show me what you got. So we have here. So this was like, what do you say, junior championship of Sweden?
Exactly.
How many times have you played Con?
Oof. 8-9 times maybe.
8, 9. Okay,
Yeah.
not more than that. No.
Maybe more.
Maybe more.
A
Okay,
lot.
okay. Let's see. Okay. So we had. Let's go for. What about the opening? Because it felt like you came slightly worse
Yeah,
after
I
the
think so.
opening. Like this.
I have no idea.
What about h6? Is that the theory move?
No, I have no idea.
No,
But-
because it looks a bit strange to us. But
Okay, but
yeah.
I want to take on c4 and play e5,
Mm-hmm.
and I think after e5 there's a lot of knight g5.
But what do you say? Yeah. Okay.
Let's say instead of h6 I take on c4.
No, I thought you could play e5 immediately. That was the idea. That was what we thought, but I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
But anyway, okay. Let's because I think that it was very interesting here. And now, what was? So your preparation was stopped. Where did your preparation stop? Early on.
Very early.
Very early. Okay.
Yeah, very early on. I know this
Uh-huh.
rook e8, bishop f8 idea.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay.
think Jan Timman has suggested it somewhere.
Okay. And
But
then
I don't know.
you go for your
Yeah, I
old
go for it.
guy's
Yeah,
recommendation.
yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Um,
Because somehow we just felt that this was looked a bit strange, So somehow we thought that e5 was the one.
yeah,
But okay, castle and e5,
Mm-hmm.
and now
Yeah, but I'm slightly worse here.
you're slightly
my
worse.
my
Exactly.
piece not really coordinated here.
No, this was a good move.
Yeah, sure.
This and this.
And here I was actually looking. I was thinking. Wait,
Oh, sorry.
instead of queen e7, I was thinking about bishop g4.
In this position.
Rook d1. Here bishop g4 was my first.
Mhm. Interesting.
So the point is f3. I have queen d4.
Like this, and
I just win the knight.
Ooh,
And bishop win the bishop.
you have a good position.
Yeah, I should have a good position.
So
But here queen b3 was annoying me a lot.
So what is happening then? Here, you take here.
Yeah, bishop takes f7.
King goes to here.
Rook takes d1.
Mm-hmm.
And if the rook moves, he has bishop takes h6. He
And-
gets a lot of pawns, and my light squares are horrible.
Mhm. But maybe this one.
Bishop
This.
takes h8. Yes, I was looking at this. Okay, but I also thought just rook takes d7. And I can just go back with the bishop, I think. Or maybe I can go bishop g5. I mean,
I think this is okay for black, actually.
I was, yeah, maybe. I was
Well, I'm not-
concerned
well,
here.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe practically it's maybe more difficult to play black also. I mean, the light
Maybe,
squares are.
Maybe. But I would be actually a little bit worried with white. But depends a little bit what is happening here.
Mm.
Rook d8. Yeah.
Yeah, but also like maybe if I just play h3 or something after that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Queen.
Yeah, I don't really have any.
No. Okay. Interesting.
I was not sure at least.
No, of course.
Uh,
Interesting.
Maybe this was.
So maybe this was his idea after in this position or what?
Maybe because I mean the other plan after bishop g4 is just to basically play rook d e1 and say
Mhm.
that bishop on g4 is maybe misplaced.
Exactly. That was actually what I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Looks
Maybe so. also.
normal because he can play f3.
Yeah, sure.
So okay.
Queen
so,
is.
but that's an interesting line. So because it looks a bit.
Yeah, it looks very
dodgy.
strange. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know, sure.
But okay, so he played.
But I was kind of happy what he was doing here because he wasn't trying to punish me basically.
I know.
He
I
was
know.
just trying to set up which probably strategical. Good,
yes, I agree. The
Mhm.
question is, what was it look like? Rook Fe1 or something
Yeah,
like
something
that?
concrete, trying to basically
Mhm.
play E5 and F4 and
Mhm,
just
exactly. Yeah, because there are two plans with white, of course. Either to start to push the pawns, F and E, or a little bit like he played, more strategically like this, But I think you, here I felt that this might be a very, very difficult game for you.
yeah, sure.
Here,
Yeah. No, I also felt this, but I was very happy what happened here.
Because he played slowly.
Yeah.
C6 is a normal move.
Yeah. But here I was very shocked that he took on E6. I thought I understand that this bishop maybe is not so good now, but I thought when he will get F4, I think my bishop on E6 looks a bit stupid.
Okay. So maybe more like bishop E2 or something like that?
Also
Or
bishop D3, just trying to keep as many pieces as possible. It's not so easy for me, I thought. Because I also have less space, so...
Yeah, so in that sense it's true that normally if you have less space, you want to start to swap off pieces just to get rid of the pressure,
And also my queen goes to E6, so my bishop on F8 get free. So I was...
Actually, yeah.
And he played very quick also, I think.
Strange.
Or he played
because
the
you
whole
have
game.
you also have this problem with your A7 pawn always, So you have to do something, and it's not easy to say if you should play like B6 or A6 because there are
A6 gives a lot of squares away.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
So I agree with you. The more I see it, I agree that bishop E2 or bishop D3 should be the moves. It's okay. He took. Now you releases the pressure a bit, He's still slightly better, of course.
I was kind of happy with this idea with C5. It looks very counterintuitive.
Yeah, this was but the problem is I cannot say that there is any other choice. Maybe
For black.
For black.
Okay, great.
So I couldn't say that what to play because it's a difficult position in that sense. What to do and how to put the pieces. But C5 was I wouldn't be happy to play it myself. But maybe it's correct. But maybe it's correct.
But I have to kind of get some kind of counterplay.
You need to do something.
Yeah.
So in that sense, yes, I do understand.
And I was very happy to see 95 because after this, I think I have no risk. I thought.
I think that I thought that white was still clearly better.
Oh, okay. Well.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay, but okay.
No, but I still, but I agree that in one sense that everything that is swapped off is to your advantage. So yeah.
No, because
okay,
let's see. Okay, you have to do this. No, I think this position I almost prefer. Yeah, he should A4. Yeah, A4 he should do. Yes. I was very shocked that he did.
And you still think that black is better? Because after A4, white must be slightly better.
Okay, after H4, black is better.
This was H4 was I mean,
it's an insane move.
This is a crazy move.
Yeah.
But A4, we just said like this. You put up the queen on C4, your rook F5, and so on. You play B6, A6. You play A5, and this will be a weakness. So. At least we thought. But don't forget, we are old guys.
Yeah.
You are the young coming guys. So that you know more.
But these
than
positions
me.
are probably suiting you better than me.
Maybe, because you don't have a calculator.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm happy. Anyway, so.
But sure, absolutely, A4 should be played here.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, yeah.
Because now he starts to play very strange, and you have your very easy. As soon as you can play a B5. I mean, you have no problems.
Yeah, then I
agree that I prefer,
sure.
Not the least after H4, because suddenly...
in endgames it's nice to pawn H5, but we're far from endgame here.
Exactly.
I don't think I'm exchanging queens here in any scenario.
No. So now... And also here, why not A4? This is also... A4 is so obvious move to stop this, very simple to get,
But actually there I think I have A6 there.
Okay, A5?
The queen F6. And suddenly I have this like H4 and queen A1.
You have this. What a bad move that was, my God.
Yeah.
I agree. See, nice. Okay.
But still, you can make a case that it's good for him to exchange A-pawns also.
Exactly, most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so queen D2, B5.
This was very strange. King H2, I have no idea why the king is going to H2 here.
This was so strange.
Yeah, it was very
And you also have this queen C7 check trick always to take the bishop if it takes on a7.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, take.
I mean, I was going around here also.
Yes,
a bit.
I know, but okay. Still, okay.
Queen c2 was also very strange, I thought.
Yes.
Because, he has to block this pawn basically as far up as he can. I was thinking rook d2, probably
rook d2 and rook c2 or something like that? Or?
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
Okay. And now you get all the pieces. That's so strange.
And I also really want to exchange bishops here because then the king becomes super weak.
No, we agreed on that one, that this is logical. So it's good. And now I think also because I really liked when you played g5, because we also said that the key to winning this type of position is that you have this c pawn, and normally you try to create something on the other side. So I really liked when g5 came, you know. But again, this h4 move is okay. So
a bit too ambitious.
No, he was looking, like you said, I think he was looking for the end game with the pawn on h5.
Yeah, maybe.
That was, I guess, my guess, you know. Now let's just.
But actually, a3 I thought was a little bit mistake.
Yeah, I was. We were a bit surprised when we saw this running down to a3. I don't know if you wanted to play queen b2 or what was the.
Yeah, and also some end games. I can actually swap queens in some end game, and then I'm winning. I thought.
Okay. And we were actually looking a little bit like on this position here. I think it was like this. If you can swap queens.
No. I was not thinking about this. It's risky.
No, well, but it's a question of calculation.
Yeah.
So we left that to you to decide.
Yeah, no, I was never really wanting to exchange queens.
If you were really sure, it might be the queen e6 and take with the pawn, and then go for this position. If you're really sure that you're winning, you should do it. But why?
Well, yeah, I never count. But actually, instead of a3, I think a3, because queen b3 was really good. I should first play queen e6 and then a3, because I take away this possibility of queen b3. I realized this after I played a3 though. But
I'm not sure how good it was, but I agree. I do understand. Yeah. But maybe you can play rook b3 then. What do you do then?
No, this I don't think. Then I play queen d6 and queen d2, and in this.
But you can take.
Then I take, and I have rook c2.
And
that's why it's important to put.
You have queen e5. I mean, check or what?
No.
So you meant this.
Queen e6. A3. Queen d6 check.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And here it's actually important to have pawn on a3 because I have then rook c2 and rook takes a2.
Maybe he should. What was it like this? Maybe he should. Well, g4 is not the most obvious move.
I'm very happy with g4.
Okay, so.
But maybe a bit inaccurate.
No, but still, I think I mean, queen b3. I don't think you have to be so afraid of it actually, because then you have c2 at any moment, you know, to play.
But here I was very happy with this queen d6 and g5.
Yeah, that was very good. Yeah. This is, I mean, from the school book, showing how you should do it. You know, so I really like this one.
I think from here it's just clean.
Yeah, we didn't see the very end, but this, of course. And now check, and he needs to go down. No, he went up. Okay.
Yeah, but also if he goes down, I think I rook d8. No, rook d1. Yeah, here it is actually just winning. Yeah, here.
He resigned.
C2.
Because there is like a little bit of a mate.
Also funny, queen takes a3 here. Rook takes c1.
Oh
queen
no!
Takes c1. I have this queen f4.
Oh, we like this one.
I was hoping.
Look
for
at this. We have like a very beautiful checkmate.
Yeah.
That was. So you could say from a bad opening.
Yeah.
You step by step took over the game, and I think the end of this was very nice. Very good.
Thank you.
A question? What is the question here, Hampus? How are you doing in your hunt for the GF? Here we have an important question for you, Hampus.
Okay, sure.
It is. Hey, Hampus, how are you doing in your hunt for the GM title? And the next question is, did you earn any norms?
Unfortunately not.
But you will soon?
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully, okay.
Hopefully I will do soon.
Maybe in this tournament already?
Yeah,
that
let's
would
hope.
Be nice. That would be nice. But what will you play after this?
I'm playing Grand Prix in Sweden, this Växjö. I'm also playing in February this Capelle Grand in France. And then I'm not really sure, some leagues and so on also.
But are you like professional these days, or
yes.
What is your life like?
Yes, still I'm professional here. I'm only doing chess, basically.
Yeah. Great. So we have more. What is the more? How much chess do you train every day? This I want to know as well. So how much do you do?
It depends very much.
But you have a strict schedule, haven't you?
I had it.
You had it?
Yes. I had a strict schedule.
Yes, I'm joking a little bit because
I
trained you a little bit when you were younger. You know,
yes,
now you're too strong, I think, for me.
Yeah.
But back in the days, yeah. And then I tried to implement this kind of.
Yeah, you did it very well.
But that was the case. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, and we are looking forward to see if there will be this GM norm in this tournament. We all hope
Hopefully.
so. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And let's have a small break and Tom, you were here. Then we can go back maybe and take a look at what has happened.
Maybe we are.
Or are we?
Maybe we are reaching the finishing line here.
Yeah. Okay. So because now we have this. That this is actually what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it look a bit drawish now?
Because it looks drawish because the black king has no safety. So you will always have these checks.
But another thing is that there is one rule that I have learned is that if the king can come in front of the post pawn, because then you can take care of it, you know. Then it's very difficult to avoid all the checks and so on. Yeah. So that is my guess at least right now if we look at this position, because we had something like this, and here it was like this. And it took the pot. That's
basically this.
That's why I was a bit surprised here. That I think that Queen D8 was my guess, and this just to cover up the pawns. And
but you're getting nowhere because you're standing with the Queen on D8. The king can go to the H file. You're never going to do anything there. And White has a much better queen and.
Could be.
Checks everywhere.
No, I just meant that my idea was to start to push the pawn.
Yeah, but
come a little bit further on. But yeah, I agree. So okay. Just check.
Maybe that would have been a better chance.
Maybe.
Because now I think it
should be a draw, yeah, for sure. Okay, so would you want to?
Black is better, but it should be a draw. Okay. So next game.
Yes, then we have Costa game that we said was over a long time ago. Something like this. Now he came with his Queen A5 finally.
Yeah.
Without taking a pawn.
Yeah.
So he took. Okay, he just tried to find a safe setup. But I guess you take on F5. I'm sure he has calculated. He was good in calculating. So now it looks good.
Is there some time pressure here?
No checks, huh? But can you play now Bishop F6? Was my question here. What do you do then? E2 or no? What about Bishop F6 now?
Yeah, I was also looking at that.
This is very strange. Isn't it very strange?
Yeah. Suddenly White is alive. What happened? Can we just go back a few moves?
Sure.
I mean,
here somewhere there must be a way. Why not?
But he
what about King E6?
Yeah, but did he see something with Queen D8 or something? Was that the problem? I don't know.
Then maybe simply like this. this. What about this?
Queen f6.
Oh yeah, Queen f6. That's the I see. I didn't say that. So okay.
I was thinking about the times. Is there some time pressure? But there is no time pressure because they have passed the 40. Yeah, I agree.
Strange.
This is very strange.
But let's go back. We just so here you just need to find the way to. In a way, you want to have the king on a1, no? Because then.
Yeah.
What
well,
about, okay, I have one. King e6 here, and maybe. No, it's not so clear either. Yeah, he got worried about this.
It's a little bit tricky, and he answered by but maybe this is not so good because bishop f6.
H3.
But what happened after bishop f6?
This.
Is there
Check.
some? There's a queen f1.
I give up.
Okay.
So
that's
H3.
the thing. When you play a game, you see all these tricks.
Yeah.
When you come in like this, you don't see it.
Then it was.
Yeah, but
then he has played well, of course.
Then probably this is quite easy winning, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Let's go to the next game.
Let's do that. That is Tiger.
No, he's fighting for his draw, but it's definitely not clear yet.
No, it's not easy. It was this one. Like I said, he wanted to play a4 because then he will have, good way of. And now he needed to support. He was actually threatening to play knight b7.
It was important to keep a pawn on the queen side,
yeah,
right?
That's right.
Because if it's 2 against 1, then it's easy.
And this was good also by white. He's got some pressure. But of course now, okay. So this was the only way. And now, this is more difficult actually.
I guess draw is not impossible here.
No.
But
there is some. Also because sometimes this pawn, the king can, because the knight.
If you get the pawn up to a6, let's say, or even a7, then the black knight will be locked, and then you can attack with the knight and king, and then it's probably easy winning.
Exactly.
So black is this is not easy at all.
This is not easy. So maybe just to go for a5, exactly a5 here.
Just push it up.
Push it up as high as you can.
As high as you can.
And now the king must support. I agree.
So maybe he can try to go with the. But let's play a6 here.
Yeah, a6.
So you force the knight back.
Here maybe, or
somewhere.
Or here.
Yeah.
Okay, like this.
And then king up.
Is it here?
Yeah, I would guess. I mean, what's the problem here?
Can you take here and run? No.
Maybe you can.
Maybe you can.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
But it should be. I think it's better to play this move, for example.
Yes, and then no, this is winning.
This is winning.
Sure, yeah.
I think so too.
Should be. Yeah, and then you move your.
Replay this. Maybe.
You can make this move. Yeah, yeah. This is horrible.
No, I think actually he's losing.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's not look too much at this.
No.
You can work with this for 100 years and.
Here we have actually. I just wanted to show you that Hedman has been fighting because I thought he was going to lose in 15 moves or something like that.
But
we had like.
He's alive.
Yeah, he was alive. It was even. Because he was sacrificed. This is what I wanted to. I don't know if you saw this.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
But here I thought, oh God, if you sacrifice like that, he's sure to be. But he found a way. It was not so clear because I thought that he was just going to lose here, But actually, it was not so clear. So okay. Maybe we should not. And then Edwin lost. No. To Otsuka from the Japanese guy.
Okay.
That was not nice. I didn't see that game. But let's see here. We have Patrick.
Yeah, this is the queen ending, yeah.
Yeah. This is about to be a draw. King down. I think it's, maybe it's even what can it be? King E2.
No, they're still playing.
Still playing, okay.
Yeah. I mean, black should play.
Yeah, a little bit more.
You never know.
You never know.
And then we had the draw, yes, in kilos. And then there was this game.
We have this interesting game. What did happen? It was like this. H3, King A. So also to be able to put the bishop on.
This must be a win, but White's hope is that black makes some stupid move and you get a perpetual or something like that.
Maybe it's not that easy.
No, it's not 100%. Not 100%.
Is it Queen F4 now? Well, then maybe Queen
C6 or something?
Queen C6 or something like that. Maybe Bishop B6. But then you take on A4 with check.
It's not clear. It's not clear yet. But I can say one thing. I'm sure it's a winning position. But how to do it, that's another question.
That's right.
Yeah. And then we have Tiger.
There is one. I like this Bishop B6 here.
Yeah.
You know, just to cover up and then Queen on C7 or something like that.
Yeah, you need to just get some safety so you can start move. But it's not so easy because the E pawn, even when you have played E2, White is still controlling E1. So it's it's not.
But this is now you want to push D3. That's the point.
That's the point. But then you need to move the queen and so on. Yeah. But I agree with you. Of course, it's winning. Yeah.
Okay, so Tiger.
Yeah, he's fighting for his life. But you could play this knight A3 move if you want to. Just to force the knight back. And then king up. And now you come with your knight maybe, or you pawn maybe, yeah, pawn
here. And now if you go like this to avoid the check, you can give a check anyway. Huh?
Yeah, then there is a fork. Now I think this is a lost position.
Yes, me too.
Because black has such a hopeless defense.
I think in a way the only chance would be to go for this.
Yeah, he has to do that. So but my experience is that the knight, in the end, the white king and the white knight is going to block the knight, and the king will be offside.
So then like this. This is the game. Knight b5. And this. Now then, should you try to do
you just push the pawn, I think. King f6 maybe, yeah.
But then this one. With the check. So at least it feels like this is the right idea to go.
You need to get the knight to a good square. That's important. Yeah. So maybe you shouldn't play knight a3. Maybe you should do something else. Maybe you should put the knight on somewhere else. I don't know.
I believe so. It could also be that you should play this move.
Could be
King e4 actually.
Yeah, it's possible. So let's not dig too deeply into this. Okay. Let's see what they do.
Okay. here. Still. They'll give back and forth. Here, check. Okay. Should we go for
King A6?
I guess that if you come up with a king, it doesn't matter much, does it? I mean, if you swap queens, I mean, queen C7 to take, and the king comes up, still it must be winning, huh? Or what do you say?
Maybe, but the H pawn could be dangerous at some point.
Yeah, and that's why the question is, if you play like this now, could you swap queens now, like this?
Probably.
And then go here. Is it possible? Or should this but just simply, like...
It's probably easily winning. Well, maybe, shouldn't you activate your king, black?
No, but threatening to... I mean, what do you mean? To play this move instead?
Yeah, I was
then this move. And then this you can...
Then bishop f6, yeah. But what about... yeah, maybe.
So my idea was put the bishop here, run with the king up here.
I don't think he will go for this because it looks slightly unclear, and you have all your pawns on the wrong color.
So he played. That's why he played king a6 instead.
That was the obvious move, I think.
Yep.
Probably now you can do some move with your queen. Maybe, I don't know. Queen
here to try to give checks, but but also if you play like this.
Now you can play d3, right?
Can you play this? Check here.
Check bishop a7.
Yeah, even this actually.
And you take away everything, then it's winning. Yeah, this is winning. This is winning.
This is winning. You are so convincing.
No, but this is easy. I mean, anyone can see that this must be winning. It's just a question of avoiding the checks. And okay. I like the king on a6. It's a very good square.
I go here.
With the idea of taking the pawn. Yeah, okay. So let's see what we do.
At least I try something. Now this will come.
Yeah. So now we have to have a good move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't threaten a check now. So I can play queen f1 and e2. Isn't that possible? King. I don't know, maybe you can do some queen, but as soon as I get another queen on e1, then it's not so easy anymore.
If I go here,
yeah, bishop d2 maybe.
Then you play. I mean, even can you, yeah, or maybe here.
Yeah, probably queen d1.
Queen d1, a little bit of checks and so. Yeah, I mean,
it should be win, but
but still, it is not. Completely easy, there is not.
It's not completely over.
No, not yet. Okay, so we have draw. It was a draw in this game. So there is no one on full score.
No.
So far. So Bassam is coming closer.
Closing in. Yeah,
closing in. So then we have this. Then he can come up to 3.5.
Right.
And Hampus is up to 3.5. And Utsuka is also up to 3.5. So we have a group of 3.5. Exactly.
But no 4.
Several, but no 4.
Should we call it a day?
Yes, I think so. This will be most likely a draw.
Yeah.
Or? I think so. So tomorrow we start at 12.
I know that. Yes, I know about that.
That's good.
I will put an alarm on my mobile phone not to forget to go here.
That's good. Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much, everyone, and see you tomorrow. We start from 12:15. Tomorrow we start with our commenting
with new fascinating chess games,
as always from Rilton Cup. Thank you.